Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We begin this morning with breaking news. First Republic Bank has officially failed. California regulators taking the bank overnight. They took the bank overnight, making it the third bank failure since March. JP Morgan, Chase, the largest bank in America, will assume all deposits and most of the bank's assets. That is starting this morning. First Republic's value has really just cratered since the banking crisis started in March, falling 97% since the start of the year, and is down even more in pre-markets here this morning. Thank you for waking up with us. It is Monday, May 1st. I'm Megan Gillen, beginning a brand new month. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers and see if we can put away the rain for this new month.
Yeah, I wish we could, Meg. We still have to deal with some showers here later today, but overall we will see drier conditions. The wind is going to pick up today, and our temperatures aren't going to be too bad. Right now we do have some calm conditions out over the inner harbor, and the skies have cleared a little bit, so at least some of those clouds are kind of hanging around, but not that overcast condition that we had most of the weekend. 40s and 50s is how we're starting your Monday morning, so it will be cool this morning, breezy for the afternoon with a few of those showers that will be possible later today. And then high temperatures here over the next couple of hours. We'll see those numbers in the 50s. Highs today will be in the upper 50s and lower 60s across central Maryland. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, your Len Stoller Traffic Network, and looking pretty good out there for this early hour. Our live cameras around the region showing pretty great conditions. Smooth sailing here at this hour. Happening today, Maryland Delegate Kaylin Young will be in court for a second-degree assault charge. It allegedly happened during an LGBTQ town hall back in November. The man accusing Young says the delegate used force to physically remove him from the event. Fox 45 News obtained exclusive video of the incident from a town hall attendee. It shows Delegate Young with his hand on the man's upper back, encouraging him to leave the venue. Delegate Young's attorney responding to the video in a statement saying, in part, the video shows that Delegate Young, a freshman delegate for Baltimore City, did not commit any assault as alleged in the statement of charges. Well, this morning, we are following two big stories for you in Baltimore City: deadly violence and transparency. As we begin a new month, we mourn the many lives lost in the city of April. 2 people were killed, 5 others shot just this weekend in the city. In just a few minutes, we're going to take a closer look at the violence striking city streets. But now we begin with one city councilman's effort to bring more transparency to City Hall. Councilman Yitzi Schleifer says that he wants taxpayers to better understand how city leaders are spending their money.
This bill is aimed at solving that and just making it very simple as to who has to file information so that the public can really see where their tax dollars are going to.
From safe streets to clean core, the city is not very transparent about showing how nonprofits spend grant money from the city. But Councilman Isaac Yitzi Schleifer's bill could change that. His main goal is to have this bill focused on shining more light on the inner workings of City Hall to be passed into law. He believes that it will ensure that the people elected to represent the people are pushing everyone doing business with the city to handle your taxpayer dollars responsibly. Well, tonight, the bill will officially be introduced during the city council meeting. Mackenzie Frost will be there asking other council members if they, too, will support more transparency surrounding the spending of your tax dollars. Stay with Fox 45 News because we will have complete coverage following that meeting, both on air and on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Now to the gun violence hitting Baltimore City streets. A total of 7 people were shot, 2 of them dead just this weekend. Police say one of the latest shootings happened during a robbery at a T-Mobile cell phone store along Boston Street in Canton just after 4:30 yesterday afternoon. Officials say the suspect shot at an employee before stealing from several customers and running away. Anyone with information should call police. Well, this is just the latest example of a violent crime in an area that many consider safe. Last month, police say a security guard shot a man after a fight inside of a Fells Point business just as bars were letting out. In January, police say a group of armed teenagers threatened a couple in Federal Hill, forcing them into a car before taking them to various ATMs to get money out of their accounts. More than 70 people have been shot in the city and survived so far in April. According to FOX45 News data, that is the most non-fatal shootings in a month since last summer. At least 193 people have been shot and survived in Baltimore City this year, which is less than last year. The difference is now we are seeing a spike in juvenile crime. 32 of the 193 victims are between 9 and 17 years old. The mayor says the city will start to enforce its youth curfew on Memorial Day weekend, but one law enforcement expert is skeptical that that will make a difference.
If it's a Band-Aid that the mayor feels like he needs in the short term to get through summer, fine, let's give it a try. But I don't expect it to have much of an impact at all. In fact, it could have a negative impact. The first BPD officer that has to use force to enforce the curfew, which could happen and likely will happen, and there's the viral video goes out of something that doesn't look good, and police using force never looks good, then everything is going to change. And it's foreseeable.
Another concern when it comes to enforcing the curfew is the officer shortage. Right now, the Baltimore Police Department is down about 500 officers. As we enter the month of May, Title 42 is nearing its end. Coming up, the debate going on between lawmakers as the days wind down. And the sun finally ready to shine, at least for a little bit today. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at where temps are going to hold up as we dry out. It's 4:36 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning.
.39 is your time right now after that wet weekend that we have with all those clouds that were hanging around. At least those clouds have moved on. Still a few light showers here and there being picked up to the west and to the north of us. Now, as we head toward the afternoon, definitely drier conditions overall, but still that chance for some showers is going to be working in not only today, but for the next couple of days as well. So we'll break that down for you coming up in my full forecast and talk about a warmer and drier weekend ahead.
All right, Justin, thank you. The crisis at the border continues as Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas calls for congressional action to help secure the southern border.
We need people. We need technology. We need facilities. We need transportation resources. All of the elements of addressing the needs of a large population of people arriving irregularly at our southern border.
His remarks come as the White House prepares for the end of Title 42, which expires May 11th. Since 2020, the government used the COVID-era restriction to remove more than 2 million people across the border. Officials now anticipating a new surge of migrants for when it ends. Even the mayor of El Paso, Texas, is preparing to issue a state of emergency.
We're starting to pick up some momentum as asylum seekers are around the streets of downtown El Paso and other areas of our community. And we need to make sure that we continue to protect not only the asylum seekers, but also our community.
The mayor went on to say that the emergency declaration is primarily to help with public shelter and public housing. Make sure you download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store. Medical aid finally reaches those in need in Sudan. Still to come this morning, how the U.S.'s first effort to evacuate private American citizens went down.
It's a movement almost as popular as TikTok itself. The push to ban it by lawmakers on Capitol Hill. I'm Christine Frizzell with why some are now sounding alarm bells about a popular bipartisan bill.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, Notegate, President Biden holding notes that contained mainstream media questions before they were asked in a press conference. Our Washington insider weighs in this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:41, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Taking you live to Capitol Hill this morning, where it is full speed ahead with efforts to try and ban the app TikTok because of security concerns. A major worry is that TikTok's parent company ByteDance could be gathering data on U.S. users or could alter the algorithm to see what users see and help spread misinformation. But as Christine Frizzell reports, the changes being proposed in Congress do come with some strings attached.
It's now the most downloaded social media app in the world, but support is growing on Capitol Hill to ban TikTok.
We have known for years that TikTok is digital fentanyl.
Its popularity exacerbates its danger to our country and to our privacy.
Among the concerns, its connections to the Chinese Communist Party.
It's safe to assume that if the CCP is willing to lie about its spy balloon and cover up the origins of the worst pandemic in 100 years, they'll lie about using TikTok to spy on American citizens.
A bipartisan group of senators pushing forward with the Restrict Act, focusing on companies like TikTok and Huawei, with options to target others linked to foreign adversaries, including China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, Cuba, and Venezuela, with what they call a comprehensive approach.
The Restrict Act would give the Secretary of Commerce the authority and the responsibility to identify and counter threats from foreign technology products and services in the U.S.
But those sweeping powers granted to the Secretary of Commerce are raising red flags. Some warning it's a step toward following in the footsteps of China and other adversaries.
Do we really want to emulate Chinese speech bans? Aren't we the ones that say it's wrong for China to ban speech, so we're going to be just like China and ban speech we're afraid of?
The bill is also criticized for targeting products and services which pose, quote, an undue or unacceptable risk to the national security of the country or the safety of Americans. The language broad and vague about what constitutes a risk and how undue or unacceptable are defined, with language as well about interfering in federal elections.
This is a crazy gift of power to one person. And I don't care which party they're in, it's a huge mistake.
The latest tightrope walk between security and censorship, front and center on Capitol Hill. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
All right, Christine, thank you. 4:46 here on this Monday morning. Brand new month here ahead of us. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how it's shaping up. Had a little rain this weekend.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, Saturday got a little bit of a break in the afternoon.
Right.
That was definitely nice, but we're going to get back into the potential for at least a few showers for the afternoon. So not quite done with the rain yet, and below average temperatures as well. That's what we're starting off the brand new month with as we look outside over the Inner Harbor. It was nice to see the moon setting as we rolled into work this morning, and the fact that it's not raining anymore, at least a little bit of a break for right now. Currently, your temp is 52 at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Southwest wind about 8 to 10 miles an hour. The wind is definitely going to be picking up later today. That's going to be one part of the weather story. Looking at our HD radar right now, though, the rain has finished for now, but you can see a lot of that rain is in Pittsburgh, over toward Morgantown, up to the north of us as well. That area of low pressure right over there in the northeast, that is that large upper level low, and you can see another low that's going to spinning out over the Great Lakes region. What that's going to do is be hanging around for the next couple of days, and so with us, that still gives us the chance for a couple of pop-up showers as we head into each afternoon over the next couple of days. Wind is going to pick up too. You can actually see those red arrows right there. So this is through about noon on your hourly future scan. Again, we're going to be dry for the morning time, but you can see a few of those little green blobs starting to move in as we get later into the middle part of the afternoon. So still the chance does exist for a few of those showers later today, possibly a thunderstorm as well. Definitely that southwest wind is going to be stronger for today. So overall, we're drier, but again, still carrying at least a chance for a couple of pop-up showers for today and for the next couple of days for that matter. Our Rise and Shine cast, upper 40s and lower 50s here as we get you out through the morning time. Dry for the first half of the day. High temperatures today are still going to be about 10 degrees below average and even more than that in some areas, with mid to upper 50s for Westminster and Eldersburg, over to Reisterstown and Cockeysville, 60 in Towson and Perry Hall, over to White Marsh, 63 in Baltimore City for you this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those lower 60s. Again, below average temperatures continue throughout the day in the breezy conditions as well. And the Eastern Shore, you're going to see a lot of those lower 60s for Chestertown and Centerville, down through Easton and Talbot County, 61 in Chester for you this afternoon. So here's a look at your temperature tracker. This is what I was talking about. Below average. There's that average line right there. As we start the month of May, notice our numbers are staying in that below average category. But finally, by the time we head into the weekend, we're going to see those numbers climb. 67 Saturday and some 70s into Sunday and Monday. So wrapping up the weekend very nice and finally getting near or even the above average category. This is that larger picture on your future scan. You can see all of that green there. That again is that upper level low that's continuing to bring more of those showers around. Tuesday brings this trough of low pressure. So the wind stays with us. Another chance for a couple of showers on Tuesday afternoon. Seems like it's just kind of rinsing and repeat here. On Wednesday, a little bit drier, but still that chance does exist for at least a few showers. So we're going to carry the chance for showers through about Wednesday here on your forecast. Thursday and Friday, we will be drier and definitely warmer as we approach this upcoming weekend. Finally, it won't be raining on the weekend. Let's get an update on our mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there right now, you'll find on the MARC train system on-time service on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines of MARC, Light Rail Link, and Metro Subway Link, keeping to the pace. No delays or problems for the commute start. Looking good for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Well, we also want to make you aware of a traffic alert here this morning, taking you live to the Bay Bridge, where this week and next, it's going to be closing some of its lanes due to maintenance work. Westbound lanes will close tonight through Wednesday night, starting at 9 p.m. until 5 a.m. Then on Thursday, lanes will close at 10 p.m., but they're going to reopen again at 5 a.m. Eastbound, we'll see those closures next week, starting Monday, when one lane will close from 9 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. and then again on Thursday, but it will reopen at noon. So just keep that in mind if you're heading across the Bay Bridge. A Baltimore City councilman wants to see receipts from nonprofits getting taxpayer dollars. Coming up, the bill he's proposing at tonight's city council meeting.
Will President Biden come to the negotiating table? And if so, what cuts will be on that table? I'm Christine Frizzell with those and other questions looming large in Washington.
Time now 4:51, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, Ukraine is preparing up for its long-anticipated spring counteroffensive. The country's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, posting an interview with Scandinavian media Saturday. In it, he said preparations are underway and that they will follow through with the attack whether or not the U.S. supplies F-16 fighter jets.
I am not ready to say in detail when it will happen and how, but I will say
Yes, many things depend on us, but there are many nuances in the supply of certain weapons. It happens.
Zelensky has been asking the U.S. and other European allies for fighter jets for the past year. Biden has dismissed the request, telling reporters that Ukraine doesn't need F-16s. Since the war began, the Biden administration and Congress directed more than $75 billion in assistance to Ukraine, which includes financial and military support. The first shipment of medical aid reaches Sudan 2 weeks after fighting broke out in that country. The Red Cross says a plane landed at Port Sudan yesterday with 8 tons of relief supplies and surgical materials. The agency hopes to get security guarantees to send the supplies to the country's capital and the surrounding region, where more than 2/3 of hospitals are out of service. That's according to the nation's Doctors Association, which also cites a shortage of healthcare workers, water, and electricity. And just before the supplies reached Sudan, the first U.S.-led effort to evacuate private American citizens from the capital was completed. According to the State Department, a convoy of buses carrying around 300 U.S. citizens and nationals from allied countries arrived at Port Sudan Saturday. From there, they say the evacuees will head to Saudi Arabia, where U.S. personnel will help them travel to other destinations. An estimated 16,000 Americans were present in Sudan before violence erupted between two rival military factions. In Italy, ChatGPT is no longer banned. The program's owner, OpenAI, introduced a series of changes to address data privacy concerns. Those revisions include increased transparency for how the chatbot processes user data, and they now allow users to restrict the program from saving personal information. Italian regulators in March banned the program after voicing concerns over how it stores and collects user data. They gave OpenAI till the end of April to address these concerns. Taking you live now to our nation's capital this morning, where concern is growing that the nation could default on its debt for the first time in history. Republicans have laid out a plan to increase the debt limit, but so far there's been no sign that Democrats will negotiate with them. National correspondent Christine Frizzell has more on the back and forth.
The bill is passed.
House Republicans say their plan to raise the debt limit and lower America's spending is now out, which means the next move must come from the Democratic-led Senate or the White House, with at least a few Democrats in agreement.
The purpose of us being here is finding out what we can agree, be able to, in a civil way, disagree, but be able to work out our problems. And you can't work out your problems if we won't talk to each other.
Those talks made more difficult by a spending plan Democrats see as unraveling progress they have made, repealing funds meant to battle climate change, including cutting $5 billion in climate pollution and reduction grants. Cuts at the Department of Transportation, leading to 7,500 fewer rail inspections, and new work requirements for some who get government benefits.
Let's have some work requirements for able-bodied people who want to get welfare benefits. Shouldn't they at least be looking for work when everybody is looking for workers? You've got millions of people being paid not to work.
With Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen predicting the U.S. could default on its debt as soon as June, Republicans accuse President Biden of trying to run out the clock, with no plans as of yet to sit down with Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy to discuss possible cuts both sides could agree upon.
It's time now for the president to get in this game, get off the sidelines, and let's start negotiating and figuring this out.
Democrats insist those negotiations should happen after the debt ceiling is raised.
The Republicans are demanding hostage negotiations where they will crash the full faith and credit of the United States.
GOP lawmakers appear to have gained leverage with the passage of their spending bill, though they insist it's a starting point and is negotiable. Now, both Democrats and Republicans do want to enact real change, but appear increasingly worried their party will be to blame if the U.S. defaults on its debt for the first time in history. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
A Baltimore City delegate will be in court today for alleged assault. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, watch video of the incident obtained exclusively by Fox 45 News.
A plan aimed at bringing more transparency to the city's grants. We'll tell you about that new introduction for that bill just ahead.
Well, we are not quite done with the rain just yet, but we are talking about temperatures as we head toward the weekend that are looking pretty nice. We'll break it all down for you right here on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Monday, May 1st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. A new month. You're thinking, okay, this is good. Hopefully no more rain.
Well, we had enough over the weekend, but April showers, May flowers.
That's right,
man.
We're going to a lot of flowers, too. We got more than 2 inches of rain over the weekend, guys, depending on where you live. So
nice tie, by the way.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the tie game. Yeah, we're trying to step it up here on your Monday morning, getting you out and at 'em here. Now, the good news is right now we're dry, and we actually had some of those clouds roll out of here. So we are seeing, we will see that sunrise, and we'll be able to show that to you here coming up a little bit after 6 o'clock this morning. Upper 40s and lower 50s. These are your temperatures right now as you're up early with us on this Monday. A cool Monday morning, breezy for the afternoon, and yeah, we still have the potential of a few more showers developing later today. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Those roads are definitely drier than we were over the weekend. We're seeing those numbers staying in the lower 50s for the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that for you in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, thank you, Justin. 5:01 now, and taking a look at the Len-Stoller Traffic Network. And yeah, the roads are drying out, and it looks like traffic's moving along just fine. No major issues reported. BGE was dealing with some on secondary roads, some trees down because of all that rain and a little bit of wind last night. So just be careful on secondaries, but the main roads wide open.
5:01 now. This morning, we are following 2 big stories in Baltimore.
Yeah, deadly violence and transparency. As we begin a new month, we are mourning the many who were killed in the city in April. 2 people killed, 5 others shot just this weekend. And in our next half hour, we will take a closer look at the violence striking city streets.
But now we begin with one city councilman's effort to bring more transparency to City Hall. Councilman Yitzi Schleifer says he wants taxpayers to better understand how city leaders are spending their money.
As the investigation continues on how the city spends your money, Taylor Stewart is joining us live with a preview of the councilman's new bill and what's happening today with it. Taylor.
That's right. So this is a bill that would open the books essentially on how the city is spending taxpayer dollars. And today, Councilman Yitzi Schleifer is set to introduce it to City Council. From safe streets to clean corps, the city remains pretty tight-lipped about how they spend nonprofit grant money, and especially when it comes to the $641 million allocated for the Federal American Rescue Plan. Now, this bill would require recipients of city grants to submit documentation to the City Board of Estimates. That agency would then be required to share some information about that online. Well, we've asked city leaders several times about how nonprofits spend city-approved grants without getting clear-cut answers. Councilman Isaac Yitzi Schleifer says the same goes for him and other council members, which is why he's confident it will get the support.
I would assume that we would have unanimous support. I mean, we're all interested in more transparency. We know that there's a lot of money that's going out the door to these groups, and there's a lot of great things happening, but we want to see sometimes when there's questions being asked that we don't have the answers to, it all should be just made available in a very easy format for people to go and see where that money is going.
Okay, take a look here. The Clean Corps initiative introduced by Mayor Scott utilizes about $15 million of the American Rescue Plan funding. It helps clean up the neighborhood through these organizations you see here on your screen. Schleifer says more transparency is going to give residents a better idea about how effective all of these investments truly are. We'll keep you updated today, and we'll, of course, have coverage this afternoon as the council gets underway. Back to you.
Mackenzie Frost has been pressing the mayor about how nonprofits are spending taxpayer dollars for years, particularly when it comes to the Safe Streets program.
Do you know where the petty cash is being spent? And your team ignored our questions about setting up an...
We didn't ignore your questions, Mackenzie.
You did. Did you know that the organizations are not providing monthly reports?
So again, this is what we're talking about. Safe Streets is a program that has been tested and tried through. And when you look at our community partners that run Safe Streets, like LifeBridge Health, Catholic Charities, these are top quality organizations, and we're going to continue to make sure that we're being responsible with taxpayers' dollars.
Can you ensure that this federal money won't be wasted during this allocation process?
I think, again, this is why we have the Recovery Office. We will not do what we had before. We are doing things in a different way.
McKenzie, as you've seen, has been pressing the mayor, will continue to stay on top of this.
We want to hear from you. Do you think the city needs to be more transparent about how nonprofits spend your taxpayer dollars? So far, 95% of the voters have responded as yes, and you could still head over to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
And stay with Fox 45 News. Mackenzie Frost will be at today's council hearing when Councilman Schleifer's bill is introduced. We'll have complete coverage on Fox 45 News at 10 and on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, happening today, Maryland Delegate Kaylin Young will be in court for a second-degree assault charge. It allegedly happened during an LGBTQ town hall in November.
Young is a new member of the House of Delegates representing the 45th District. Olivia Dance is joining us now with a closer look at the charge and exclusive video obtained by Fox 45 News. Olivia.
The man accusing Young says that the delegate used force to physically remove him from the event. Now, it happened right here inside the Reginald F. Lewis Museum during a town hall. As you mentioned, Young will stand trial today at the District Court for Baltimore City. Fox 45 News obtained exclusive video of the incident from a town hall attendee. Let's pull it up now to give you a closer look. It shows Delegate Young with his hand on the man's upper back, encouraging him to leave the venue. His accuser claims that Young, quote, put his hands on me twice and with force, physically removing me from a public event, end quote. Delegate Young's attorney responded to the video in a statement saying, in part, the video shows that Delegate Young, a freshman delegate for Baltimore City, did not commit any assault as alleged in the statement of charges. Of course, you can read that full statement and get updates about today's trial on our website at foxbaltimore.com. And also, we reached out to the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office for comment. So far, though, we haven't heard back yet. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Violence continues to strike the streets of Baltimore. The sad end to the month of April. That is coming up in our next half hour.
We're dry for now. Could still see a few more showers this afternoon. The wind picking up as well. We'll talk about all of that in your full Weather Authority forecast in just a little bit.
Coming up on 5:10, a widening manhunt underway right now in Texas after a weekend of police searching for a mass murder suspect.
And Megan Gillen is at our live center right now with what we know about the suspect considered to be armed and dangerous. Megan.
Yeah, well, right now, Tom, we know that more than 250 officers are searching for this suspect as we speak, accused of killing 5 people in an execution-style shooting, guys. The youngest victim, just 8 years old. The suspect, take a look, now identified as Francisco Oropesa. The FBI releasing these new images of him. Again, authorities say he is a threat to the community after allegedly killing 5 people on Friday in Cleveland, Texas, just north of Houston. Investigators say that residents asked him to stop shooting his rifle in his yard. And when he refused to stop, they called police, complaining of the noise. About 20 minutes later, witnesses say Oropesa walked up to their home and opened fire. Officials say he has a distinctive tattoo on his left forearm. You see it there. They say he's a Mexican national illegally in the U.S. ICE reporting that he has been deported from the country 5 times. Investigators say they initially started tracking him using his cell phone, but say that trail went cold Saturday night, warning that now he could be anywhere. Authorities saying that they have 0 leads to his whereabouts.
Hopefully somebody out there can call us. Pretty much can guarantee you he's contacted some of his friends. We just don't know what friends they are. And that's what we need from the public, is any type of information, because right now we're running into dead ends.
This morning, the victims are being identified as 25-year-old Sonia Guzman and her son, 8-year-old Daniel Lasso Guzman, 21-year-old Diana Alvarado, 31-year-old Julissa Rivera, and 18-year-old Jose Caceres. All 5 victims are believed to be from Honduras. Some had just moved to Cleveland from Houston a few days prior to the attack. Authorities now offering an $80,000 reward for information that leads to his capture. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center. For now, Patrice will send it back to you.
All right, Megan, thank you. After the break, chaos strikes Florida. The damage done by a 100-mile-per-hour twister happening this weekend in the Sunshine State. Look at that.
But first, we take a look at Baltimore City Public Schools, the impacts that we are seeing as a result of those failing schools. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. 5:15, and young people in Baltimore City are feeling the impacts of failing schools.
Last week, a city council committee held a hearing with the school CEO, Dr. Sonia Santelises, to question her on a recent Project Baltimore report showing 23 schools where no students among those tested are proficient in math.
Now, council members didn't spend much time drilling the school CEO on those math test scores. So Fox 45 News sent questions to the school system asking how long until math scores are expected to improve? How long do you anticipate it will take to see student improvement concerning those math scores? And when were these steps implemented, and how will you measure whether they are working? Community leader Pastor Shannon Wright says those are questions the mayor should be asking.
When the city signs off on a budget line item for the schools, they have the right to ask, what kind of performance metrics are you putting in? What are you doing? And when should we see results? But our mayor is not asking that. Now, interestingly enough, he has chosen to abdicate his authority.
Well, Fox 45 News is also investigating why the State Department is redacting test scores online. MSDE says it removed some results from its site to protect student privacy, telling Project Baltimore the web vendor posted the information prematurely. Well, now that web vendor says that isn't true.
You can find more on this ongoing investigation right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. This morning, officials are on the ground assessing the damage in West Palm Beach, Florida, after a tornado tore through that region.
Oh my God, it's like right in front of them. Oh my God.
Did you see that? Right in front of them. According to the National Weather Service, Twister, with wind speeds at least 100 miles per hour, ripping through the area around 5 Saturday night, toppling the trees, peeling apart roofs, even tossing vehicles onto each other, as you see right here. Officials said the tornado was about 1/4 mile wide and left a path of destruction spanning more than 2 miles.
I'm glad to be alive and glad no one's injured and glad we're here to live another day.
I met a young boy 7 years old that was traumatized by a tree branch coming right through his bedroom window and hitting his mom in the knee.
A tornado comes just one day after President Joe Biden issued a declaration disaster for South Florida, funding recovery efforts for areas that were battered by severe weather earlier in April.
Well, it's 5:17. Let's get a look at what we're facing here today. A lot of rain for us this weekend, but fortunately, we weren't dealing with that.
Yeah, not that at all, guys. But we will see the potential, maybe a thunderstorm popping up here over the next couple of days. Unsettled weather is going to kind of stick around with us, at least to kick off the brand new week. But right now, the rain has let up for now, as our weather headlines looking out over the stadiums and over the city, all lit up very beautifully here this morning. 51 your temperature right now at BWI. We're only going to get to the lower 60s for the afternoon. Now, the wind is going to be the big difference today. We will see breezy conditions, and we still have the potential of a few showers as we head later into the afternoon. Not going to be the overcast conditions that we saw, and we were kind of socked in with all of that cloud cover. We had that little break on Saturday afternoon, which was very nice. But again, this is what it looks like right now on our HD radar. A couple of light showers to the north and to the west of us, all part of this larger upper level low. You can see the low kind of spinning around there over the Great Lakes. Another surface low here in the northeast. So basically, this thing is not going to be moving anytime soon, and we're kind of stuck on the bottom edge of that as we head into the next few days, which just basically means we still have that potential for picking up showers and the unsettled weather this week. This is a look at our hourly future scan, kind of paints the picture for you. So this morning we're dry. As we head toward about noon, you can see a few of those areas here in parts of Carroll County, out toward Frederick County and Howard County, possibly picking up a stray shower or two. This is about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Notice the wind. That's the wind speed right there with those red arrows. A big southwesterly wind, but still that cooler air, or the below average air, is going to be in place. And with some of those showers and that leftover moisture, we still have to deal with that here as we head into the afternoon. Could see, as I mentioned, a stray pop-up thunderstorm as well later today. Overall, just a few of those light showers through the evening time tonight. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, just probably a good idea to go ahead and send them with the umbrella just in case, because as you head toward the afternoon, that's when you may encounter a few of those showers. But temperatures will be in the lower 60s for today. That's about 10 degrees below average. Look at that average right there, 72. So nowhere near that number again today, with mid to upper 50s for Bel Air and Cockeysville, right about 63 in Baltimore City, 62 in Annapolis, and lower 60s for you on the eastern shore. Up and down the 95 corridor doesn't get much better. 59 in Philly, 61 in D.C. today, and 63 down the ocean. So if you do want to get the grass cut, I have a yellow light on your mowcast for today, only because it's still a little squishy out there in some of the grassy areas. Tuesday and Wednesday a little bit better, even though we still carry that chance for a couple of pop-up showers, but we will be a little bit warmer, especially as we head toward the weekend. So your 7-day forecast shaping up like this: lower 60s. That's it for our highs. Finally, by Thursday, a little bit drier and warmer, and then notice the improving conditions as we head toward the weekend. 67 on Friday and low to mid 70s with drier air in place for the course of the weekend. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking now at the Lynn Stoller traffic network and our cameras throughout the region at this early hour. A few folks up and out getting their day started, but not a lot. So the roads are pretty clear. No issues to report. Let's get a check of mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Good Monday morning to you, Mark.
Well, good Monday morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there for the start, you'll find Mark Train dealing with a couple delays. We've got train 505 on the Penn line and Camden 841, both operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of Mark are on time for the start. Out there on Light Rail Link, nothing in your way. On time service in both directions, and Metro Subway Link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
We also want to make you aware of a traffic alert this morning, taking you live to the Bay Bridge, where this week and next it will be closing some of its lanes due to maintenance work. Westbound lanes will close tonight through Wednesday night, starting at 9, and they will go until 5 in the morning. Then Thursday, lanes will close at 10 Thursday night, but then we'll reopen again at 5 in the morning. Eastbound, they'll see closures next week. Starting Monday, one lane will close from 9 until 2:30 in the afternoon, and then again Thursday, but it will reopen at noon.
The man accused of killing a Wacomico County Sheriff's deputy last year will appear in court today. How a prior incident here in Baltimore has people questioning why that suspect was allowed back on the streets in the first place.
And an overnight shooting in Baltimore County makes the second homicide in less than a week. We'll tell you about the growing crime concerns in the county just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, 3, 2, 1. Actually, there's 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. There we go. All right.
There we go. Trending now. SpaceX's Falcon Heavy skyrockets into orbit from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and Viasat-3 satellites were aboard.
Now, the rocket is made of 3 reusable Falcon 9 engine cores that generate more than 5 million pounds of thrust right at liftoff. It's one of the most powerful operational rockets in the world, with the ability to lift nearly 150,000 pounds into orbit. The launch was previously postponed Thursday and Friday due to the bad weather.
Well, now to a historical moment made in space as an astronaut from the United Arab Emirates becomes the first Arab to walk in space.
And he's a Sultan. Sultan Al-Niyadi, along with NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen, spent more than 6 hours in the vacuum of space Friday. The two were actually preparing the International Space Station for a new installation of solar panels. Al-Niyadi has been on board that station since early March, and he's expected to be there until September, making it the first UAE's first long-term mission to space.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Shine Medical Center.
Well, it is that time of year where we celebrate Mom, and you could win extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Grab your phone, scan that QR code there on your screen for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania trivia contest and get the question right, and you could win the $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom. Hey, wait a minute. Again, scan the QR code to get the Mother's Day Mania trivia question of the day. Good luck.
Now, if you've been singing Rain, Rain, Go Away these last few days, well, you may be getting your wish, sort of.
That's right. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know if it is time for us to get back outdoors.
Trial begins today for the man accused of killing a Wicomico County Sheriff's deputy. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're looking into why he was out on probation the night of the murder.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are starting this Monday morning off on a pretty great note with an O's win and a series win at that. It is their 6th straight series win. We're on a roll. Last night, the Orioles finished their 4-game series against the Tigers in Detroit with the final score of 5-3. Today, they're off, but tomorrow they're going to get back to business as they travel to Kansas City to play the Royals. Welcome back on this Monday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Looking at our forecast, and thankfully they were not home this past weekend with all that rain.
Yeah, no kidding, guys. But how about that? I mean, one of the best Aprils ever in franchise history. One of the hottest teams in baseball. They're only 3.5 games out from first place in the AL East, and they've got a 10-game homestand starting next Monday. So you'll have plenty of chances to see them, and by then, we will see some warmer temperatures, I promise. Meanwhile, our temps right now, 40s and 50s as you look out around the region over the mid-Atlantic. 51 in Baltimore, 54 down in Salisbury, lower 50s in Philly, and 46 in Cumberland this morning. And so over the next 12 hours, our numbers steadily rising, mid to upper 50s through the middle of the day, and we'll get into the lower 60s for this afternoon. So it will still be a cool afternoon with breezy conditions, and we still have to deal with a few afternoon showers, maybe even a rumble of thunder or two as well as we head a little bit later into the day. We'll be breaking down when we'll finally see this rain move out of here and when we'll dry out and warm up. All of that coming up in my full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
5:31 and happening today, the trial begins for the man accused of killing a Wacomico County Sheriff's deputy in June of last year.
Yeah, a year before, when Austin Davidson was 17, he was charged with robbing a Baltimore City McDonald's with a gun. Olivia Danz joining us live this morning with more details on why he was given probation and allowed back out on the streets. Olivia?
Tom, that's right. Trial will begin today for Davidson, who's accused of killing the sheriff's deputy. But many are frustrated and want to know why he was even out on the streets the night of the murder. So Fox 45 News spoke with a criminal defense attorney about those concerns.
What is incredibly unclear about this case is why the state went from asking for 18 months of incarceration to not asking for any incarceration at all. Those two things are complete polar opposites. It could have been because of the pandemic, but in light of this individual's criminal activities after the fact, there doesn't seem to be any good explanation.
That was Jeremy Eldridge, who is in no way related to this case, before being accused of killing the Wacomico County Sheriff's deputy back in 2022. A year before that, Austin Davidson pled guilty to robbing a McDonald's in Baltimore City. Now, he spent more than a year in pre-trial detention, but court records show the state asked he be held without bond and charged as an adult. Now, at the time, Marilyn Mosby was the city state's attorney, and her office said, quote, the prosecutor secured a conviction and made a sentence recommendation of jail time. The court imposed a sentence of probation before judgment, end quote. But that's not the whole story. While a sentence of 10 years, all but 18 months suspended was recommended, the prosecutor said in court that Davidson should be sentenced to time and given 3 years probation.
We had a prosecutor who deferred to the court. Instead of advocating for the victim in this case, the prosecutor deferred to the court. That's despicable. That's disgusting.
And then over a year later, Davidson was back on the streets and is accused of allegedly running from police and then shooting and killing the sheriff's deputy. Now he will face those charges in trial today. And of course, you can get the latest updates on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
5:34 now to the gun violence hitting Baltimore City streets.
Yeah, just this weekend, a total of 7 people were shot. 2 of them died, and police say one of the latest shootings happening during a robbery at a T-Mobile store along Boston Street in Canton just after 4:30 yesterday afternoon.
Officials say the suspect shot an employee before stealing from several customers and then running away. Anyone with information should call police.
Now, this is the latest example of violent crime in an area many consider safe. Just last month, police say a security guard shot a man after a fight inside a Fells Point business just as bars were letting out. In January, police say a group of armed teenagers threatened a couple in Federal Hill, forcing them into a car before taking them to various ATMs to get money out of their accounts.
More than 70 people have been shot in Baltimore and survived this April. According to FOX45 News data, that is the most non-fatal shootings in a month since last summer. At least 193 people have been shot and survived in Baltimore this year. That is less than last year. The difference is now we are seeing a spike in juvenile crime. 32 of the 193 victims are between 9 and 17 years old. The mayor says that the city will start to enforce its youth curfew on Memorial Day weekend. But one law enforcement expert is skeptical that that will make a difference.
If it's a Band-Aid that the mayor feels like he needs in the short term to get through summer, fine, let's give it a try. But I don't expect it to have much of an impact at all. In fact, it could have a negative impact. The first BPD officer that has to use force to enforce the curfew, which could happen and likely will happen, and there's the viral video goes out of something that doesn't look good, and police using force never looks good, then everything is going to change. And it's foreseeable.
Another concern when it comes to enforcing the curfew is the officer shortage. Right now, the Baltimore Police Department is down about 500 officers. This morning, police are investigating a murder in Cockeysville.
Now, it's the second homicide in a week in Baltimore County, and Taylor Stewart is live with the growing crime concerns in Baltimore County. Taylor?
That's right. Now, investigators are looking for the shooter who essentially left that Cockeysville man to die on the sidewalk. They found him with multiple gunshot wounds. And no less than a week earlier, there was another homicide in the county with 28-year-old Earl Samuel Elias Kelsack. He was found in a home along Roseville. Now, both those homicides remain unsolved, and that shooting death of the 16-year-old Trayshawn Harmon, who was killed at the Housing Town Center in February, that is also unsolved. Take a listen to some of the concerns from residents.
It's just crazy, just the amount of gun violence that is happening to broader. I mean, whether it's to here, to Perry Hall, you never know when it's going to stop.
Baltimore County's new police chief, Robert McCullough, spoke with FOX45 Morning News just last week. He did stop short of saying crime in Baltimore County is on the rise, but as detectives are now working their 8th homicide of this year, he's going to speak with us again. We've got an exclusive interview between him and our anchor, Vincent Hill, and they're going to sit down and talk about those crime concerns in the county. We'll have more information on that throughout our show this morning. We're live right now in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, FOX45 Morning News.
Thank you, Taylor. Still to come in our next half hour, Baltimore City Delegate is scheduled to be in court today facing an assault charge. A look at video of the alleged incident you'll only see here on Fox 45.
In just a few hours, President Biden is set to host a foreign leader at the White House. Why the Philippine president is making a visit here and the other country at the center of it all.
We have a breezy and cooler day ahead, but there's some good news. There's no rain. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers is taking a look at the temperatures that we can expect in the days to come. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Today begins a 4-day meeting between President Joe Biden and the president of the Philippines.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the actions fueling this meeting. Megan?
Yeah, taking you live to the White House here this morning, guys, where this meeting centers around China after growing concerns over China's increasingly aggressive actions towards Taiwan and Philippine ships in the South China Sea. China stepping up its show of military force recently, conducting large-scale military drills in the region, as well as repeatedly harassing the Philippines Navy and Coast Guard patrols. Meantime, U.S.-Philippine cooperation has grown in recent months. Earlier this year, if you remember, the Philippines agreeing to give the U.S. access to 4 more bases on the islands as the United States looks to deter China's aggressive actions toward Taiwan. Last week, the U.S. and Philippines conducting their largest joint war drills. And then just yesterday, guys, the two nations holding their first joint fighter jet training in the Philippines since 1990. Now, at today's meeting, the leaders are expected to discuss the security situation there, as well as new economic, education, and climate change initiatives. The Oval Office meeting, the first by a Philippine president in more than 10 years. We'll keep you posted. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. The clock is ticking on America's debt crisis, what the latest bill is calling for.
A Baltimore City councilman wants to see receipts from nonprofits getting taxpayer dollars. Topping our next half hour, the bill he's proposing at tonight's city council meeting. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. One of the most anticipated times for a football player to break into the league has come to an end.
Yes, in fact, let's take a look, though, at the Maryland-friendly faces who are officially going pro, all thanks to the 2023 NFL Draft. When it comes to Maryland Terrapins, 5 were selected, and they include Baltimore's Deontay Banks. He went to the Giants in the first round.
For Clemson in college.
Then there were those who didn't get to hear their names actually called out at all. Maryland wideout Dante Demas, though, was one of them. Following the draft, he ended up getting a call from a Baltimore area code. The former Terp will sign with the Ravens as an undrafted free agent.
As far as the draft goes as a whole, the Ravens made 6 selections. So we wanted to know what you thought, how the Ravens did. And looking at some of the tweets coming in, I think you liked it. We've got one person writing in saying, Brandon Production saying, man, I'm telling you, the Browns are going to regret allowing the Ravens to come back into the draft and take Andrew Voorhees. That was a good pickup there. Ravens Flock saying, I'm not going to lie, I was down on Zay Flowers leading up to the draft, been watching film on him, and I really think he can help our offense. Some excitement around him. Rob Daniel saying Ravens won draft week, no matter who they selected in the college portion of the proceedings here. So a lot of folks, guys, saying did pretty well. Can't wait until the season starts. What do you guys think?
Agree.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I did too. Flowers, I thought they were going to go with Joey Porter from Penn State.
And the Steelers took him.
Right, yeah. So I thought that was interesting. The rest of it, I'm like, all right, well, they know better than I do.
I couldn't tell if they were serious about Joey Porter Jr. if they were just throwing that up because of the Steelers-Ravens,
Yeah.
little
it's
thing.
Interesting too because they had the fewest picks that they've had since 2009.
Yep.
So, but they traded back in to get Voorhees, but then he's out because he tore his ACL. So he's out for the entire season. He won't play really until next year. But still, I think it was a good pickup.
I do too. I think he's got a lot of hope and prospect. Well, one person said 2 years. They're drafting 2 years down the road of people that can fuel down the line.
Right.
All right. We'll see what happens in the season. Thank you, guys.
Got to build your pipeline. I mean, let's take a page from the Orioles. I mean, that's what they've been doing, obviously, and they're the hottest team in baseball. At least, I know we're a little biased here, but I love that the Yankees are in last place. Ladies and gentlemen, the Yankees are in last place this morning, and we like that very much around here in Birdland. So they'll be back here at Camden Yards coming up next Monday. They'll have a 10-game homestand, and by the time we get to the middle of May, we are expecting drier and warmer conditions. So I think a lot of people will be excited about that with some afternoon games, some night games as well. Should be good to go. And they will be on the road a day off today, so they're not going to lose any ground at all, but almost 20 wins in the month of April. So how about that? 51, your temperature right now, BWI. A little westerly wind, about 7 to 10 miles an hour. Wind is going to pick up later today. We're also talking about some winter-like weather in some of the mountain locations over the next couple of days. So we could see some accumulating snow above 3,000 feet in some of the mountains of West Virginia and into western Maryland as well, all part of this large area of low pressure that is to the north and to the west of us over the Great Lakes region. That low is going to be kind of sitting and spinning for the next couple of days, and what that's going to do is will continue to bring us that unsettled weather. Now, at least we're going to be dry. We'll see the sun come up here in just a little bit. Roads are dry out there right now, but this is through noon today. Notice the red arrows. That's that southwesterly wind. So the breezy to windy conditions through the day. Notice about 2, 3 o'clock, we do get that chance for a couple of pop-up showers, maybe even a stray thunderstorm worked in there as well. Overall, as we head toward the afternoon, definitely a drier day, but still that chance for some showers is going to be with us for today and basically into the next couple of days as well. So as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, just go ahead and keep the umbrella in the book bag, have them ready to go just in case they encounter some showers at the bus stop this afternoon with temperatures that will eventually be into the lower 60s. And golfers finally maybe getting back out there, even though it might be a little squishy on the fairways and greens. Numbers in the mid-50s here through 9 a.m., upper 50s through noontime today, and that wind, at least a 2-club wind for the afternoon. We'll keep the upper 50s and lower 60s around as we get into Carroll and Baltimore counties today. Also into Hartford and Cecil counties, you'll see those upper 50s and lower 60s for your high temperatures for this afternoon. Let's check that 7-day forecast for you. We do keep those chances for showers both tomorrow and into Wednesday. Even though it's small, we'll still have to deal with at least a few showers around, so hold off on that car wash. Lower 60s through Wednesday. Finally, mid to upper 60s, some drier conditions as we head towards Cinco de Mayo on Friday. And then this weekend is looking pretty good, too. We're talking low to mid 70s. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and we want to point out one thing. Yeah, this is your headache if you're traveling 70 westbound right across the Patapsco River there. There's an incident, a collision westbound on 70. They're not saying how many vehicles are involved, but you can see the backup there, and it's about a 2-mile backup that you're seeing now. And that looks like the speed of what they're moving right now, it's going to continue to be worse and worse as you head back towards the outer loop there. Well, now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden train 841 with a 10-minute delay approaching Union Station, Washington. We've got train 511 with a 5-minute delay, and Camden 843 running about 5 to 10 minutes late. Allow time for travel in those instances. Light rail link looking good from end to end. No delays or issues. And Metro Subway link on time in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Diabetes drugs being used as a weight loss aid. Experts tell me there's competition in the market. The warnings they have as Eli Lilly asked the FDA for fast-track approval.
President Joe Biden calling for the release of Americans held abroad. Coming up, what he pledged to do for the families of those impacted. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. Well, making your headlines this Monday morning, First Republic Bank has officially failed. California regulators taking the bank overnight, making it the third bank failure since March. J.P. Morgan Chase, the largest bank in America, will assume all deposits and most of the bank's assets starting this morning. First Republic's value has cratered since the banking crisis started in March, falling 97% since the start of the year. It's down even more in pre-markets this morning. Clock is ticking on America's debt crisis.
And despite the passage of a House bill last week, neither party appears close to a deal that both sides can agree on. Now, the bill calls for some spending cuts and is expected to go nowhere in the Democrat-controlled Senate. Republicans say they've done their job. It is now up to Senate Democrats and President Biden to play ball.
The White House needs to ultimately get into this negotiation. President Biden is clearly trying to run out the clock and create a debt crisis.
The Republicans are demanding hostage negotiations where they will crash the full faith and credit of the United States. It would throw our country into recession and hurt us globally.
If Congress and the president cannot reach a deal in the coming months, the U.S. could default on its debt.
President Joe Biden used the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner to call for the release of Americans held abroad. It comes in response to the arrest of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. Now, who is currently detained in Russia on accusations of espionage, he among dozens of other Americans. And in his speech, the president assured Gershkovich's family the government is working to secure his release.
To the entire family, everyone in this hall stands with you. We're working every day to secure his release, looking at opportunities and tools to bring him home. We keep the faith.
Biden also pledging to secure the release of Paul Whelan, former U.S. Marine who has been detained in Russia for more than 4 years. He also claims the search continues for Austin Tice, a photojournalist who was kidnapped while on assignment in Syria in 2012.
There appears to be competition over diabetes drugs being used for weight loss benefits.
Medical experts weighing in after drug maker Eli Lilly said it would use a new study to ask the FDA to fast-track approval for a drug initially made for people with diabetes to just help with weight loss.
The National Desk's Didi Gatton takes a closer look at the treatment.
The drug is called tirzepatide. The FDA is investigating it as a treatment for people with obesity or overweight. The FDA approved tirzepatide last year for helping people with type 2 diabetes control blood sugar. Weight loss can be a struggle for people with diabetes, according to medical experts who say tirzepatide helps make you feel full longer. There are risks and concerns experts point to if you're thinking of bringing this up to your doctor.
We have to be very careful because there's literally an appetite for drugs like this in the population. Since almost half of Americans are obese, we know there's that need for this, but we have to be very cautious with these drugs.
We've had instances where patients have not been able to get some of the current medications for their diabetes because there is a shortage of those due to the uptick of patients using this off-label for weight loss. This includes both tirzepatide and semaglutide, which is also being used in a similar fashion.
The brand Wegovy is semaglutide for adults with obesity or excess weight with weight-related conditions. The FDA approval would make tirzepatide a direct competitor. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Didi Gatton.
How the city is spending federal funding, that's the question that council members want answered. We'll tell you about the bill that's being introduced today for more transparency just ahead.
A Baltimore City delegate will be in court today for alleged assault. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, watch video of the incident obtained exclusively by Fox 45 News.
Everybody that was shot from the neck up, almost execution style.
Massive manhunt underway now in Texas for a Mexican migrant accused of mass murder.
And in your weather forecast, our temperatures are cool right now. We'll be taking a look at if that rain is still hanging around with us. Breaking it all down as Fox 45 Morning News rolls on.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, May 1st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. And yeah, sick of the rain? Me too. I know. Hopefully it will slow down a little bit.
That pouring rain yesterday was no joke. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. Even on Saturday, we did a 5K through the zoo, and we did it through some mist Saturday morning.
Even Saturday when it was the dry day? Yeah.
On Saturday afternoon, it was nice.
It was nice.
Not the morning.
Little donut hole right there.
Got to scoop some wet mulch all day Saturday and help a friend move.
I know. Yeah. But here's the deal, guys. We're not quite done with the rain. I mean, we are definitely going to be drier, and it looks very nice outside. I know this camera shot is a little bit blue right now, but we have mainly clear skies. That sun coming up here in just a little bit. We're going to show you that sunrise, which we haven't seen the sun, so I know that'll make a lot of folks happy. But our temperatures right now in the mid to upper 40s here as we take you through Westminster, Baltimore at 47, 51 in Bel Air and Annapolis at this hour. So a cool Monday morning. The wind definitely going to pick up later this afternoon, and we still have have the chance for at least a few showers developing once again later today. But overall, your morning drive is dry. Those roads a lot drier than they were over the weekend, with lower 50s over the next couple of hours and even up to those mid-50s by about 9-10 o'clock. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in a few minutes from right now. Tom, I know earlier you guys were tracking some issues out there. What's going on right now?
Yeah, still that same collision that's happening 70 westbound. Live look right now, right near the Patapsco River, and you see the traffic is backed up. Not sure exactly how many vehicles are involved, but this is 70 right near Columbia Pike is where it happened. So if you're traveling westbound there, everyone else, you're moving along just fine. No other issues to report around the Baltimore region.
This morning, we are following two big stories in Baltimore.
Deadly violence and transparency. As we begin a new month, we mourn the many who were killed in Baltimore City in April. 2 people killed and then 5 others shot just this weekend. Now, in our next half hour, we will be taking a closer look at the violence striking Baltimore City streets.
But now we begin with one city councilman's effort to bring more transparency to City Hall. Councilman Yitzi Schleifer says he wants taxpayers to better understand how city leaders are spending their money.
As the investigation continues on how the city spends your money, Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with a preview of the councilman's new bill and what's happening with it today. Taylor?
That's right. So Councilman Yitzi Schleifer is introducing a bill that's essentially aimed at opening the books and providing more transparency about how the city is allocating grants for nonprofits. So far, the city of Baltimore has been pretty tight-lipped about how they spend that money, from safe streets to clean court. Now, this bill would change that. It would require that recipients of city-approved grants, they would need to submit documentation to the Board of Estimates. The Board of Estimates would then be able to post that information online. We've long pressed city leaders about how grants are being approved and spent in the city without clear answers. Councilman Isaac Yitzi Schleifer says the same goes for him and council members, and that's why he's confident this bill will get support.
I would assume that we would have unanimous support. I mean, we're all interested in more transparency. We know that there's a lot of money that's going out the door to these groups, and there's a lot of great things happening, but we want to see sometimes when there's questions being asked that we don't have the answers to, it all should be just made available in a very easy format for people to go and see where that money is going.
Now, the mayor introduced the Clean Corps initiative, and he's using the $15 million from Baltimore's American Rescue Plan funding to help clean up neighborhoods throughout the city. Take a look at where all that money is going. You can see Bond Secured's community. They are getting over $1 million, along with all these other organizations we've listed here. Well, we want to know more about how they're spending this and how that approval process works. So this bill should help to do just that. We'll see how it goes tonight at council and bring you that coverage. For now, we're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 Morning News.
Mackenzie Frost has been pressing the mayor about how nonprofits are spending taxpayer dollars for years, particularly when it comes to the Safe Streets program.
Do you know where the petty cash is being spent? And your team ignored our questions about setting up an...
We didn't ignore your questions, Mackenzie.
You did. Did you know that the organizations are not providing Monzi monthly reports?
So again, this is what we're talking about. Safe Streets is a program that has been tested and tried through. And when you look at our community partners that run Safe Streets, like LifeBridge Health, Catholic Charities, these are top quality organizations, and we're going to continue to make sure that we're being responsible with taxpayers' dollars.
Can you ensure that this federal money won't be wasted during this allocation process?
I think, again, this is why we have the recovery office. We will not do what we had before. We are doing things in a different way.
Well, we want to hear from you. Do you think the city needs to be more transparent about how nonprofits spend your taxpayer dollars? So far, 95% of the voters have responded yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Stay with Fox 45 News. Mackenzie Frost will be at today's council hearing when Councilman Schleifer's bill is introduced. We'll have complete coverage on Fox 45 News at 10 and on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, happening today, Maryland Delegate Caitlin Young will be in court for a second-degree assault charge allegedly happening during an LGBTQ town hall in November.
Young is a new member of the House of Delegates representing the 45th District. Olivia Dance is joining us now live with a closer look at the charge and exclusive video obtained by Fox 45. Olivia?
Well, the man accusing Young says the delegate used force to physically remove him from the event. Now, it happened right here inside the Reginald F. Lewis Museum during a town hall. As you mentioned, Young will stand trial today at the District Court for Baltimore City. Fox 45 News obtained exclusive video of the incident from a town hall attendee. Let's pull it up now to give you a closer look. It shows Delegate Young with his hand on the man's upper back, encouraging him to leave the venue. His accuser claims that Young, quote, put his hands on me twice and with force physically removing me from a public event, end quote. Now, Delegate Young's attorney responded to the video in a statement saying, in part, the video shows that Delegate Young, a freshman delegate for Baltimore City, did not commit any assault as alleged in the statement of charges. Now, you can read that full statement and get updates about today's trial on our website at foxbaltimore.com. And we also reached out to the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office for comment. So far, though, we haven't heard back yet. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Yet another murder in Baltimore County. Still ahead in our next half hour. The worries coming from people in the area of this latest shooting.
Making the grade could be coming at a learning cost. Just ahead, the problems equitable grading could be causing for future generations.
Nice to see the clouds move away, and we'll watch that sunrise together in just a little bit. But are we done with the rain just yet? Got to talk about that. Coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, we are all local all morning. Welcome back. 6:09 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast. Let's go. There it is, right there. Lower left corner of your screen. You see it? Yes. Finally, the sun, big old orange ball coming up as we speak. Finally seeing these clouds move out of here, and we're not seeing rain. However, as we get later into the afternoon, we still have that chance, at least for a couple of showers. Temperatures statewide, we're in the 30s in Oakland right now, 46 in Cumberland. Most of us in the mid to upper 40s for Westminster and Bel Air over to Baltimore City, and 51 currently in Annapolis. So, yeah, it's going to be a little cool if you're out for a run or a jog this morning, but finally dry. We'll take a closer look at how it's going to shape up later this afternoon and when we can finally see some drier and warmer conditions as well. Back to you.
6:10 now. A widening manhunt is underway right now in Texas after a weekend of police searching for a mass murder suspect.
Megan Gillen is at our live center now with what we know about the suspect considered to be armed and dangerous. Megan?
A lot of details emerging here this morning, guys. We know right now there are more than 250 officers who are out there searching for this suspect who is accused of killing 5 people in an execution-style shooting. The youngest victim, guys, just 8 years old. I want you to take a look at this here. This coming in from the FBI here, now identifying the suspect as Francisco Oropesa. Again, we're going to scroll through some of the images here, a tattoo that he has there, more photos. They just released these images. Again, authorities saying he is a threat to the community after allegedly killing 5 people on Friday in Cleveland, Texas. This is just north of Houston. Investigators say that residents asked him to stop shooting his rifle in his yard. And when he refused to stop, they called police, complaining of the noise. About 20 minutes later, witnesses say Oropesa walked up to their home and opened fire. Officials say he has that distinctive tattoo I showed you on his left forearm. He is a Mexican national illegally in the U.S. ICE reporting that he has been deported from the country 5 times. Investigators say they initially started tracking him using his cell phone, but say that trail went cold Saturday night, warning that now he could be anywhere. Authorities saying they have 0 leads to his whereabouts.
Hopefully somebody out there can call us. Pretty much can guarantee you he's contacted some of his friends. We just don't know what friends they are. And that's what we need from the public, is any type of information, because right now we're running into dead ends.
This morning, the victims now being identified as 25-year-old Sonia Guzman and her son, 8-year-old Daniel Lasso Guzman, 21-year-old Diana Alvarado, 31-year-old Julissa Rivera, and 18-year-old Jose Casares. All 5 victims are believed to be from Honduras. Some had just moved to Cleveland from Houston just a few days prior to this attack. This morning, we are now hearing that authorities are offering an $80,000 reward that leads to his capture. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as this continues to unfold.
Could homework and grades be a thing of the past? I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington with a look at one of the latest trends in education and why critics say it could actually be harming kids.
The man charged in the death of Wacomico County deputy is set to be in court today, still ahead this morning. Why he shouldn't have even been out of jail at the time of the shooting.
6:15. One of the latest teaching trends includes getting rid of grades and homework.
And national correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us from Washington with more on this push towards what some call equitable grading.
My dog ate my homework, turning into a line of generations past as schools increasingly do away with giving homework altogether as part of a push towards achieving equity in the classroom.
We've sort of created this rat race and a competition all about just getting the grade rather than focusing on the learning itself. And that favors, in some cases, those kids who have the most resources.
Equitable grading looks different from district to district. In Washington state, the Olympia School District nixing music class for fourth graders in the name of fighting racism.
We're a school district that lives in, is an entrenched and is surrounded by white supremacy culture.
A school in Minnesota doing away with giving students Fs. Kids can also retake tests.
We realize that not every kid gets it the first time.
Instead of pushing kids forward and helping them succeed, helping them read and do math, on par to the standards, it tells kids no. It tells kids that you can't because of whatever reason.
And a teacher in California gives everyone an A.
I'm going to talk to you a bit about how to decolonize a classroom. Anyone who takes my class automatically gets an A, so I also don't give homework.
It's really sad to see that instead of pushing kids to succeed, schools would rather hold them back to have, equality of outcomes.
One of the main advocates for equitable grading, Crescendo Education Group CEO Joe Feldman, says educators and critics often miss the point of the whole idea.
Equitable grading doesn't mean that everybody gets an A, or that we don't care about deadlines, or that students don't do homework. We want to make sure that our grades accurately reflect our students' understanding of the course content. We want grades to not be a reflection of students' income or other circumstances outside their control.
Feldman says the idea of equitable grading is to avoid placing kids in a pressure cooker situation, fighting for every point. Critics argue that pressure cooker is necessary to propel kids to success. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Well, it's 6:18 now. It's time to bring meteorologist Justin Chambers back into this.
You all right?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, no, I'm good. It's just like there was a lot of the rain over the weekend. I know it just kind of, rained on our parade, literally. So it's nice to see a change out there.
Church lost power.
I know, right? I mean, there's all sorts of stuff happening
going on.
Yeah. But good news is it's May 1st, as you mentioned, new month. So here we go. Look at this. This is a good start, guys, as we look at your TV screen right now. I know you're listening to us this morning, but just glance over real quick and you can see that sun that is rising. So nice to see that sunshine. Saturday afternoon ended up being pretty nice. We actually almost got to 70 degrees, but with all of the cloud cover and the rain around yesterday, our temps only in the lower 60s. Now, overall, we're in the 40s right now, so a cool start to your Monday morning. Wind is going to pick up today, so even though we'll see highs in the lower 60s, it's going to feel cooler than that, and we still carry the chance for a few more showers developing this afternoon. This is our look at our HD radar. Notice the pink and that purple right there in parts of West Virginia. We've got winter storm warnings as well as freeze warnings, so feeling more like March than the beginning of May, all due to this large area of low pressure to the north of us, hanging out in the Great Lakes region and in the northeast. And this is going to be sitting here for the next couple of days. What it's going to do is bring more of the cooler air in place and still some of that moisture as well. Now, we get a southwest flow today. Those are the arrows right there indicating that wind is going to pick up this afternoon. We do have that chance of a couple of pop-up showers as we get into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for us, possibly even a thunderstorm or two. So we'll keep our eyes on that. But as we get to that 4 and 5 o'clock hour, again, not much rain, not nearly as much as the more than 2 inches we saw area wide over the weekend. Upper 40s and lower 50s as you rise and shine with us. Grab that cup of joe, and sun is up now, and we'll be up tonight until, check it out, our first sunset at 8 o'clock tonight as we get closer to that summer solstice. Here's a look at our day planner hanging out there at Fells. We're in the upper 40s through 8 a.m. By lunchtime today, yeah, a little breezy to windy, but temperatures in the upper 50s, and again, staying mainly dry, and some lower 60s start working into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. So checking those high temperatures, still 50s for a lot of us in Westminster and Eldersburg, over to Reisterstown, 59 Cockeysville, Hunt Valley, 60 in Perry Hall and White Marsh. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, upper 50s and lower 60s as well for your highs this afternoon. Quickly want to show you here that the good news with the rain, pollen numbers way down. So finally got some low pollen counts for trees and grass. That's going to change as we have the drier weather and the warmer conditions heading toward the end of the week and this upcoming weekend. But we do keep our temperatures below average through Wednesday, carrying the chance of showers each afternoon. By Thursday and Friday, warmer conditions, drier, and we've got 70s on the way for this upcoming weekend. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Liking the 70s. Let's see if we're liking the conditions on the road. As of right now, looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, this is 70 near the Patapsco River. Traffic moving along smoothly. They're a little slower than you might expect, but still moving. Let's get a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, Graham. He's in the area of Aberdeen, just off 95, and he is moving along without issue. Open road in front of him. Let's check in now with Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 511 and Camden Train 845, both operating with 5-minute delays. Out there on the Brunswick line of MARC, looking good for travel. On the Camden line, 843 train with a 10 to 15-minute delay. Allow time for travel there. Out there on Light Rail Link, no delays or issues. Looking good in both directions of that service. And Metro Subway Link checking in on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
We're starting off a new month following a deadly trend last month. Still this morning, where April stands when it comes to the rise in violence in Baltimore City.
Unemployment, illness, major home repair, and family emergencies can come up with no warning. Next, how you can get started on your rainy day fund now. 6:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. From inflation to unemployment, having an emergency fund can help smooth out life's financial hits.
And as Consumer Reports explains, starting one might not be as tough as it seems. Now, if you're lucky, things are going well right now. You have a steady paycheck, you pay your bills on time, and you might even have a little extra money left over. But what if something unexpected happens?
We've all experienced major financial emergencies, an unexpected home repair, medical bills, or even loss of income.
Lisa Gill writes about personal finance for Consumer Reports.
Having a rainy day fund to cover these types of unplanned expenses can protect you from major debt, which could easily turn into a financial crisis.
Financial planner Nestor Vargas says that putting aside enough to cover 3 to 6 months of essential expenses is a good rule of thumb.
Essential expenses are housing, food, transportation, debt repayment. And so what you want to do is you want to sit down, figure out how much that is on a monthly basis, multiply it times 3 or 6 to come up with the actual number you need to save for your emergency fund.
Once you determine your savings target, don't let that number daunt you.
Definitely important to start saving as much as you can or as little as you can. If it's $5, $10 a month, you'll be surprised how quickly that adds up.
An online savings calculator can show how much you'll need to set aside each month to reach your goal and how quickly that money will grow.
Consumer Reports suggests putting money into a high-yield savings bank or certificate of deposit. Many of those accounts now have interest rates over 4%.
And make saving even easier by setting automatic deposits or transfers from your checking account right to your emergency fund. It will keep your contributions on track and secure until you need them. While building that emergency savings should be a priority, you may have other urgent financial obligations such as high-interest credit card debt. Now, if that is your case, paying down that higher-rated debt should become the priority. If you have low-interest debt, you can strike a balance, funneling some of your savings toward paying your debt with the rest toward that emergency fund.
More concerns arise when it comes to the Kerwin plan. Still ahead at 8:15, we're going to look at the major increase Baltimore City may need to pay, and then what can be done to protect your taxpayer dollars.
Trial begins today for the man accused of killing a Wicomico County Sheriff's deputy. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're looking into why he was out on probation the night of the murder. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning, first day of May. I'm Patrice Sanders.
Tom Rogers. Yeah, with that extra rain this weekend, we used to have a coffee maker that would beep 5 times when the pot was ready.
Okay.
Now the sound of that weird sound that you hear that we just heard right now,
Yeah,
coming from the Keurig, you're like, why does that make us happy now?
Because you know coffee's on the way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Yeah,
Coffee's
for
always
sure.
good.
I mean, over the weekend, it was definitely, indoor stuff, catching up on shows. We binged Emily in Paris in like one night. We're all the way caught up now. So either way, hopefully you had a great weekend too. I know we had some of that rain that we had to deal with, but we are seeing more sun now. We definitely like that. I know I like it. Makes me feel good. Do a Superman walk here in just a few minutes from right now. A cool start to the morning. Now, our temperatures are mainly in the mid to upper 40s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City at 47, 50 in Dundalk out through Essex and Middle River as well. Morning drive, Mr. Bo. Yeah, we're good to go. We finally got some dry roads out there with upper 40s over the next couple of hours. Won't need those windshield wipers, but hold off on the car wash only because we still have that chance for showers carrying through the middle of this week with temperatures that will stay below average. Only 60s coming up today, tomorrow, and into Wednesday as well. The good news, however, as we head toward the weekend is warmer conditions and drier conditions as well. So I think you're going to like that. We'll take another look at that in my 7-day forecast in just a few. Heck, maybe I'll even throw in the 10-day. You never know. Back to you.
Well, happening today, the trial begins for the man accused of killing a Wicomico County Sheriff's deputy in June of last year.
Now, a year before, Austin Davidson was 17. He was charged with robbing a Baltimore City McDonald's with a gun. Olivia Dance joining us live now with more details on why he was given probation and allowed back out on the streets. Olivia?
Yeah, Tom, that's right. Trial will begin today for Davidson, who's accused of killing the sheriff's deputy. But many are frustrated and want to know why he was even out on the streets the night of the murder. So Fox 45 News spoke with a criminal defense attorney about those concerns.
What is incredibly unclear about this case is why the state went from asking for 18 months of incarceration to not asking for any incarceration at all. Those two things are complete polar opposites. It could have been because of the pandemic, but in light of this individual's criminal activities after the fact, there doesn't seem to be any good explanation.
That was Jeremy Eldridge, who is in no way related to this case. Now, before being accused of killing the Wicomico County Sheriff's deputy back in 2022, a year before that, Austin Davidson pled guilty to robbing a McDonald's in Baltimore City. He spent more than a year in pretrial detention, but court records show the state asked he be held without bond and charged as an adult. At the time, Marilyn Mosby was the city state's attorney, and her office said, quote, the prosecutor secured a conviction and made a sentence recommendation of jail time. The court imposed a sentence of probation before judgment, end quote. But that's not the whole story. While a sentence of 10 years, all but 18 months suspended was recommended, the prosecutor said in court that Davidson should be sentenced to time and given 3 years probation.
We had a prosecutor who deferred to the court. Instead of advocating for the victim in this case, the prosecutor deferred to the court. That's despicable. That's disgusting.
And then over a year later, Davidson was back on the streets and is accused of allegedly running from police and then shooting and killing the sheriff's deputy. Now he will face those charges in trial today. And of course, you can get the latest updates on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now to the gun violence hitting Baltimore City streets.
Just this weekend, a total of 7 people were shot, 2 of them dying. Police say one of the latest shootings happening during a robbery at the T-Mobile store along Boston Street in Canton just after 4:30 yesterday afternoon.
Officials say the suspect shot an employee before stealing from several customers and then running away. Anyone with information should call police.
Now, this is the latest example of a violent crime that happened in the area where many consider safe. Last month, police say a security guard shot a man after a fight inside a Fells Point business just as bars were letting out. In January, police say a group of armed teenagers threatened a couple on Federal Hill, forcing them into a car before taking them into various ATMs to get money out of their accounts.
More than 70 people have been shot in Baltimore and survived this April. According to Fox 45 News data, that is the most non-fatal shootings in a month since last summer. At least 193 people have been shot and survived in Baltimore this year, which is less than last year. The difference is now we're seeing a spike in juvenile crime. 32 of the 193 victims are between 9 and 17 years old. The mayor says the city will start to enforce its youth curfew on Memorial Day weekend, but one law enforcement expert is skeptical that will make a difference.
If it's a Band-Aid that the mayor feels like he needs in the short term to get through summer, fine, let's give it a try, but I don't expect it to have much of an impact at all. In fact, it could have a negative impact. The first BPD officer that has to use force to enforce the curfew, which could happen and likely will happen, and there's the viral video goes out of something that doesn't look good, and police using force never looks good, then everything is going to change. And it's foreseeable.
Concern when it comes to enforcing the curfew is the officer shortage. Right now, the Baltimore Police Department is down about 500 officers. This morning, police are investigating a murder in Cockeysville.
It's the second homicide in a week in Baltimore County, and Taylor Stewart is live this morning with the growing crime concerns coming from Baltimore County. Taylor? A Baltimore councilman pushing for more transparency. Just ahead in our next half hour of the bill, now on the table, and if it could see some support.
President Biden is sitting down with a world leader today. Next, the concerns they're hoping to address.
And we are starting to dry out this morning, but rain isn't far away. Just ahead, when our next chance for rain could happen. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
There was plenty of electricity in this North Carolina storm as lightning continuously flashed in the clouds. Another shot captured the storm lighting up the Outer Banks, while lightning created beauty in the sky behind the Sidney Lanier Bridge in Brunswick, Georgia. And in Southwest Virginia, one of the final sunrises of April was certainly one to cherish.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Instagram.
Today begins a 4-day meeting between President Joe Biden and the president of the Philippines.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the actions fueling this meeting. Megan.
Here's what we know, guys, as we take you live to the White House here this morning. This meeting comes as concerns grow over China's increasingly aggressive actions toward Taiwan and Philippine ships in the South China Sea. It's all about China here. China stepping up its show of military force, recently conducting large-scale military drills in the region, as well as repeatedly harassing the Philippines Navy and Coast Guard patrols. In the meantime, U.S.-Philippine cooperation has grown in recent months. Earlier this year, if you remember, the Philippines agreeing to give the U.S. access to 4 more bases on the islands as the United States looks to deter China's aggressive actions toward Taiwan. Last week, the U.S. and Philippines conducting their largest joint war drills. And then just yesterday, guys, the two nations holding their first joint fighter jet training in the Philippines since 1990. At today's meeting, the leaders are expected to talk about the security situation, as I mentioned, as well as new economic, education, and climate change initiatives. This Oval Office meeting here, this is going to be the first by a Philippine president in more than 10 years. We'll keep you posted. Tom, back to you.
The Maryland Department of Education changes the way that you see test results. Just ahead in our next hour, the back and forth now happening with a third party.
Today is Melanoma Monday, a day to check in on your skin. Coming up, the misconceptions about the skin cancer and how you can protect yourself now. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .644 in your morning rush. One city councilman hopes to bring more transparency to City Hall. Councilman Yitzi Slifer says he wants taxpayers to better understand how city leaders are spending their money.
And Taylor Stewart is joining us live now with what's happening today. Taylor.
That's right. Councilman Yitzi Slifer introducing a bill today that's called the Accountability and Transparency in Grant Making Bill. Now, for Fox 45, we've been asking for years how the city spends taxpayer dollars, or as well as federal funds. This measure is essentially aimed at getting to the heart of that providing more transparency for everybody to see. We'll tell you how it will work at 7 o'clock and why Scheifler says he thinks it's going to have widespread support on council. For now, we're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Well, today, Maryland Delegate Caitlin Young will be in court for a second-degree assault charge that allegedly happened during an LGBTQ town hall in November. Young is a new member of the House of Delegates representing the 45th District.
Olivia Dance joins us now live. Olivia, what can you tell us about the incident?
Yeah, that's right. Well, the man accusing Delegate Young says that he used force to physically remove him from the event. Now, it happened right here inside the Reginald F. Lewis Museum during a town hall. And as you mentioned, Young will stand trial today at the District Court for Baltimore City. Video of the incident shows Delegate Young with his hand on the man's upper back, encouraging him to leave the venue. His accuser claims that Young, quote, put his hands on me twice and with force, physically removing me from a public event, end quote. But Delegate Young's attorney argues that Young didn't commit any assault. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we'll take a closer look at that video of the incident obtained exclusively by Fox 45 News. Back to you.
Well, happening today, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is set to make an announcement on a drug trafficking organization. That happens at 11. It is set to take place at the SunTrust building downtown. The Baltimore Police Commissioner, Michael Harrison, the Executive Director for Monzi, Shantae Jackson, along with other city leaders, will join Bates for that announcement.
Also happening today, the Anne Arundel County Council. They will be taking another look at banning plastic bags. If approved, the law would prohibit free plastic bags at most of their stores in that county. Stores would then offer paper bags for 10 cents. Baltimore County passed a similar ban in February. It will go into effect in November.
Happening today, expect some lane closures on the Bay Bridge. Starting at 9 this morning, one lane of the eastbound span will be closed for maintenance, weather permitting. It is expected to reopen this afternoon at 2:30. Then the westbound span will be closed tonight at 9 through 5 tomorrow morning.
Oh, weather permitting, huh? Oh.
So what say you? Will this happen?
With 9 o'clock this morning, fine, no issues. Just probably
really? It's just wind later on, right?
It's
today
the wind.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, today, tomorrow, probably even into Wednesday, guys. So we still have kind of unsettled work week here with the chance for a few more showers. Not going to be what we saw over the weekend with that 1 to 2 inches of rain and just that constant overcast sky that we saw. This is what I love seeing right now. It feels and smells very fresh when you step outside. Just did that a little moment ago, and boy, I tell you, very nice conditions. A little chilly. Definitely want to grab a jacket as you make your way out. You can see that sun that is now up and shining brightly here. Looking at our HD radar, we're done with the rain for now. We're tracking a few showers in parts of western Maryland, even a few snow showers at this time. In fact, we've got some winter storm warnings for the mountains of West Virginia through tomorrow because this system, this upper level low, will continue to bring in the unsettled conditions, upslope snow showers, and temperatures that will be cold enough for some snow to actually accumulate in some of the mountains here. More March than May. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, go ahead and make sure they have the umbrella just in case this afternoon. We're looking at upper 50s through noontime, after 40s this morning, and into the lower 60s for this afternoon. Just a few of those afternoon showers will be around. Upper 50s and lower 60s for most of central Maryland, still below average for this time of year. Typically lower 70s is where we are. And up and down the 95 corridor, we'll keep those 50s and 60s going for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. with only mid 50s in Cumberland later today. Look at what's going on with our future scan. This is through the afternoon. So again, we stay dry for most of the day. Couple of pop-up showers, maybe even a stray thunderstorm possible later this afternoon. Don't be surprised if you hear a rumble of thunder. Then as we head into tomorrow morning, look at the blue right there. We're talking in parts of Garrett County and some of those mountains. As I mentioned, the higher elevations could pick up some snow showers here by Tuesday morning. A couple of off and on showers for us for Tuesday afternoon in the form of rain. And then Wednesday morning, more of that blue right there to the east of Pittsburgh and basically right along the backside of the Appalachian chain there. So that's where we're seeing the potential for some winter weather by the time we head into the middle of the week. But that low is still persistent, hanging around through Wednesday afternoon. Finally, by Thursday, it starts to scoot out of here. We'll get a little bit more drier air that's going to work in. And some warmer temperatures as we head toward the end of the week. We're just 4 days out from Cinco de Mayo. Mother's Day is less than 2 weeks from right now. We're just 4 weeks from Memorial Day, the unofficial start to summer. That's coming up in 28 days from right now. Now that we're in May, eventually it will start to feel like May. Don't you worry. In fact, it'll be good for Mac the dog and Lisa getting outside and getting some more sun. That is a great shot, Lisa. Thank you so much for sending that picture in. And we'd love to get your pet pics too. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. We'll put your pet pics on TV. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. So lower 60s for today through Wednesday with overnight lows in the 40s. And yeah, we do keep that chance of showers. Thursday, a little bit drier, finally warming up. Friday looks great for Cinco de Mayo. And this weekend really looks spectacular with low to mid 70s. Definitely will be able to get back outdoors. All right, what's going on the roads right now?
Well, let's take a look and see what's happening in our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we take a look around the highways in our region. Everybody moving up to speed. No issues to report. Some of these roads pretty clear for the morning, but good time to get up and out. Let's take a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, Graham. He is in the area of Nottingham out on the outer loop. And again, he is moving up to speed.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by Shine Medical Center.
It is that time of year where we celebrate Mom, and you could win extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Grab your phone and scan the QR code on your screen for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Just play our Mother's Day Mania Trivia Contest. You get the question right, and you could win the $100 daily prize. And you don't even need to be a mom. Again, just scan the QR code to get the Mother's Day Mania Trivia question of the day. And good luck, especially to the moms.
Well, it's May and summer is just around the corner. It's time to get loud, but not too loud. Just ahead in today's Monday Morning House Call, the steps to follow to protect your hearing while watching some fireworks or maybe hanging out at a concert.
And all eyes are now on the upcoming NFL season following the draft. Just ahead, the new names you're going to see on the roster and how they could help bring home more wins.
Oh, and now that the draft is over, time to get back to work on this Monday morning. We have just the thing to help you get up and going.
I need an extra dose of coffee today. After the rain yesterday, it was hard to get up this morning, so it's time for a coffee. state test results posted, removed, then redacted by the Maryland State Department of Education. It is causing controversy and raising questions. The Department of Education now says the information was incorrectly posted by a web vendor, a claim the vendor denies. Political commentator Armstrong Williams joins us this morning. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Patrice.
So let's take a step back real quick. What is significant for you about those student test scores being posted in public and then redacted?
You know, Patrice, I think there's only one conclusion you can reach, is that not only is it it's not transparent, not only is it the fact that you don't know the true measure of how these kids are performing, and what they rather do is create a narrative of what they want the grades to appear as instead of what they actually are. I mean, it's just I don't get it, and I got to tell you, on this one, I'm just really speechless. How can you be so dumb to think that you could do something like this and then lie about it and then get away with it? I just don't understand. I don't get it.
So then let's go a step further, because then the Department of Education issued a statement saying that Chris Papps with Project Baltimore gained access to embargoed data that was prematurely posted by their web vendor. The vendor came back and said, wait, that is not what happened. The State Department of Education has initial, ultimate, and total control over the posting of that information. So does that further just cause concern here that at first maybe there was a cover-up and now you're just making things up? I mean, it just all sounds crazy at this point.
No, Patrice, they're corrupt. It's almost a criminal enterprise, and the people who suffer from it are our kids. The fact that you can continue to lie to parents and lie to these children about the progress that they're making, they realize they're not making progress. And so instead of just face the music that they are not producing the best results for these kids, they rather just manipulate and lie. You can't even believe the state school board of it. You can't even believe them anymore, because, you know, they have no credibility. And the credibility is in what the results are. And most people want honesty about what is the progress of their kids. I mean, I don't understand why parents are not protesting, just shutting down the school system until they get results. I mean, they've got to do something. They've got to stop, because obviously, you talk about the Ku Klux Klan and what they wanted to do to blacks in this country. Well, I got to tell you something. I don't think the Ku Klux Klan could be even more successful than what is happening to these black kids at the hands of leadership that actually looks like them. And they do. And what do? Do they try to change it? No. They lie and they manipulate, and they make us believe that we're stupid. We can see right through this so far. They don't care about these kids. They only care about their image, making those salaries, and living that lifestyle, not about the future of these kids and what it means for this country overall. It's become a tragedy, is what it is.
Well, let me ask you this. Where does the Department of Education go from here? You said that there is no credibility there, but they are the state agency in charge of state education.
I think it's time for the governor, Wes Moore, to show his true colors, whether he stands for the best interests of the children by shaking up the State Board of Education, or whether he's going to enable them to continue their destruction. I think the governor is really in the spotlight right now in his leadership, and we'll wait his answers and how he addresses this.
All right. Armstrong, thank you.
Thank you.
A push for more transparency when it comes to how the city spends grant money. We'll tell you about the bill being introduced today, just ahead.
A Baltimore City delegate will be in court today for alleged assault. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, watch the video of the incident obtained exclusively by Fox 45 News.
We're taking a break from the rain that we saw over the weekend, finally getting some sunshine out there. As we take a look at what's ahead this week, we'll see some numbers that eventually will be warmer. We'll talk about it right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Monday morning to you on this May 1st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, but just outside Birds are chirping, sun is shining, a nice little crisp morning to get out.
I like
and do something.
The birds chirp until way late in the evening, too.
Yeah,
You notice
they were
that?
chirping this morning when I got in at like 3 o'clock.
Yes.
I was like, oh, okay.
They're excited.
Yeah.
They're like, finally stopped raining.
Finally, right? You know, and our executive producer, our esteemed executive producer, E.E. Miller, was like, yeah, this looks like a postcard. And it got me thinking, do people send postcards anymore? Yeah. They do?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I get one from my doctor to remind me of my, of my annual checkup.
Hey, it's time for your teeth cleaning every 6 months. Yeah. Well, this is a really pretty picture. We got the green, we got the blue, and yeah, as Tom mentioned, the sun is out there drying us out. Temperatures are not too bad. In the 40s here for Cockeysville, Baltimore, 43 in Rosedale, 46 Brooklyn Park. Glen Burnie, good morning to you. You're at 48 this hour. So a cool Monday morning leading to a breezy afternoon. That wind is going to pick up later today. And unfortunately, we do have a few more showers to get through later this afternoon. But we're dry on your morning drive. Mr. Bose says finally we're good to go. Upper 40s and lower 50s over the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
7:01 this morning, we are following two big stories in Baltimore.
And deadly violence and transparency. As we begin a new month, we mourn the many who were killed in Baltimore City in April. 2 people killed, 5 others shot just this weekend in Baltimore. In our next half hour, we'll be taking a closer look at the violence striking city streets.
But now we begin with one city councilman's effort to bring more transparency to City Hall. Councilman Yitzi Slifer says he wants taxpayers to better understand how city leaders are spending their money. Taylor Stewart is joining us live with a preview of the councilman's new bill and what is happening today with it. Taylor?
Well, today it's getting introduced to the council, the Transparency and Accountability in Grant-Making Bill, introduced by Slifer, as you said. It's going to be on the floor today, and it's going to talk more about how to build more transparency about how the city is spending federal funds. Now, you recall they received nearly $641 million from the American Rescue Plan funding. $15 million of that went to nonprofits here in the city. So this is going to look more so at how that's being spent by using a platform where the bill would offer grant approval to the City Board of Estimates. That agency would then be required to share that information online. And even though we've pressed for more answers about how the city sends nonprofits, we haven't gotten clear answers, and neither has the council. That's why Slifer says he thinks it'll have support.
I would assume that we would have unanimous support. I mean, we're all interested in more transparency. We know that there's a lot of money that's going out the door to these groups, and there's a lot of great things happening, but we want to see sometimes when there's questions being asked that we don't have the answers to, it all should be just made available in a very easy format for people to go and see where that money is going.
All right, so the Clean Corps initiative introduced by Mayor Brandon Scott utilizes that $15 million from the rescue plan, as we told you. Take a look at where the money is going. If this bill could create more transparency, we could have a better idea of how effective these investments are. That is the argument here. And so today we'll be live there at the hearing as it gets underway and bring you coverage here on Fox 45. For now, we're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, Mackenzie Frost has been pressing the mayor about how nonprofits spend taxpayer dollars for years, particularly when it comes to the Safe Streets program.
Do you know where the petty cash is being spent? And your team ignored our questions about setting up an...
We didn't ignore your questions, Mackenzie.
You did. Did you know that the organizations are not providing monthly reports?
So again, this is what we're talking about. Safe Streets is a program that has been tested and tried through. And when you look at our community partners that run Safe Streets, like LifeBridge Health, Catholic Charities, these are top quality organizations, and we're going to continue to make sure that we're being responsible with taxpayers' dollars.
Can you ensure that this federal money won't be wasted during this allocation process?
I think, again, this is why we have the Recovery Office. We will not do what we had before. We are doing things in a different way.
Fox 45 News has even asked the nonprofits themselves. Last fall, we questioned the group Living Classrooms after they were awarded more than $1 million in federal grant money for its violence intervention efforts. We didn't get many answers.
So the DOJ was not under the impression that this money would be going to expanding Safe Streets or supporting Safe Streets?
Well, it does. It supports the violence intervention efforts, of which Safe Streets is a really important piece for the city. But so hopefully that answers your question.
I think that muddles it a little bit more.
We want to hear from you. Do you think the city needs to be more transparent about how nonprofits spend your taxpayer dollars? So far, 96% of those who have voted responded yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Stay also with Fox 45 News because Mackenzie Frost will be at today's council hearing when Councilman Schleifer's bill is introduced. We'll have complete coverage on Fox 45 News at 10 and on our website, foxbaltimore.com. 7:05 and happening today, Maryland Delegate Caitlin Young will be in court for a second-degree assault charge allegedly happened during an LGBTQ town hall in November.
Young is a new member of the House of Delegates representing the 45th District. Olivia Dance joins us live with a closer look at the charge and exclusive video obtained by Fox 45 News. Olivia?
Well, Patrice, the man accusing Young says that the delegate used force to physically remove him from the event. Now, it happened right here inside the Reginald F. Lewis Museum during a town hall. And as you mentioned, Young will stand trial today at the District Court for Baltimore City. Fox 45 News obtained exclusive video of the incident from a town hall attendee. You're looking at the video right there on your screen. It shows Delegate Young with his hand on the man's upper back, encouraging him to leave the venue. His accuser claims that Young, quote, put his hands on me twice and with force physically removing me from a public event, end quote. Delegate Young's attorney responded to the video in a statement saying in part the video shows that Delegate Young, a freshman delegate for Baltimore City, did not commit any assault as alleged in the statement of charges. Now, of course, you can read that full statement and get updates about today's trial on our website at foxbaltimore.com. And also, we reached out to the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office for comment. So far, though, we haven't heard back yet. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
A widening manhunt is underway right now in Texas after a weekend of police searching for a mass murder suspect.
And Megan Gillen is at our live center now with what we know about the suspect considered to be armed and dangerous. Megan.
That's right, guys. Right now, there are more than 250 officers who are searching for this suspect accused of killing 5 people in an execution-style shooting. The youngest victim, guys, just 8 years old. I want to show you this picture right here. These are images just coming in from the FBI, now identifying that suspect as Francisco Oropesa. Take a good look at some of these images here. We've got a few more here that they've posted here just to give you an idea. Again, authorities saying he is a threat to the community after allegedly killing 5 people Friday in Cleveland, Texas, just north of Houston. Investigators say residents asked him to stop shooting his rifle in his yard, and when he refused to stop, they called police, complaining of the noise. About 20 minutes later, witnesses say Oropesa walked up to their home and opened fire. Officials say he has a distinctive tattoo that looks right like that. It's on his left forearm there. He is a Mexican national illegally in the U.S. ICE reporting he has been deported from the country 5 times. Investigators say they initially started tracking him using his cell phone. That trail went cold Saturday night, warning now he could be anywhere. Authorities now saying they have 0 leads to his whereabouts.
Hopefully somebody out there can call us. I pretty much can guarantee you he's contacted some of his friends. We just don't know what friends they are. And that's what we need from the public is any type of information, because right now we're running into dead ends.
This morning, the victims are being identified as 25-year-old Sonia Guzman and her son, 8-year-old Daniel Lasso Guzman, 21-year-old Diana Alvarado, 31-year-old Julissa Rivera, and 18-year-old Jose Caceres. All 5 victims are believed to be from Honduras. Some had just moved to Cleveland from Houston just a few days prior to this attack. The Honduras foreign minister, take a look, now demanding on Twitter that the suspect face the full weight of the law. We are told 5 other people, by the way, were home during that rampage. They were not hurt. 3 of them were children. Authorities now offering an $80,000 reward for any information that leads to the arrest of this suspect here. We're going to keep you posted as this continues. That's the latest from our live center. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Well, breaking this morning, First Republic Bank officially failed. California regulators took the bank overnight, making it the 3rd bank failure since March. JP Morgan Chase, the largest bank in America, will assume all deposits and most of the bank's assets starting this morning. First Republic's value has just cratered since the bank crisis started in March, falling 97% since the start of the year, and is down even more in pre-markets this morning.
Well, it's 7:10, and we want to get another check of the forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, yeah, what a great shot behind you right there.
Yeah, and guys, let me just tell you, look, over the weekend, we know we had a lot of rain, right? Kind of was one of those inside type weekends, but 3 positives from the rain. 1, it wasn't snow.
Yes.
2, it helped water all of our plants and all of our yards. I mean, look how lush everything looks. And 3, the pollen numbers way down. So that was definitely nice. Now, the fresh air is out there. We've got drier conditions. However, look on your out the door cast for May 1st. Jacket, sunglasses, and yeah, you still need to carry that umbrella just in case later this afternoon we get into some of those showers and potential pop-up thunderstorms. Now, it's not going to be anything like it was over the weekend, but at least we still carry that chance for a couple of showers. So out for a run or a jog, next couple of hours should be good to go. Can't wait to get my run on a little bit later. I actually ran over the weekend, so I know, breaking news. But temperatures in the lower 50s for the next couple of hours. Out for your jogging cast. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, well, now to the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. We have some slowdowns on the outer loop. Liberty Road is there on the left. Bel Air Road there on the right. A little slower at this hour of the morning. Some volume starting to pick up out there. Give yourself just a little bit of extra time. Here's a look at the stories that are making headlines this hour. Baltimore County Police are investigating a homicide that took place in Cockeysville. Just ahead, why county residents say crime there is getting out of control.
A man accused of killing a Wacomico County Sheriff deputy in June last year will be in trial today. Just ahead, what we can expect from that trial. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by GBMC.
7:14 in summer concerts, fireworks, explosions for the games and the 4th, or just getting a brand new pair of earbuds to listen to your favorite artist. All great events and activities, and all have the potential to cause hearing loss. Well, joining us now for a Monday Morning House Call, Director of Audiology at GBMC Healthcare, Dr. Regina Presley. Dr. Presley, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Good morning.
Good morning. As parents, we started looking at our kids. I know that when Walkmans were out, I used to get yelled at by my mother and father about the noises that we're hearing with those earbuds. Now, they have noise canceling. You really can't tell how loud those buds are when the kids are walking down, and it seems like they're in their ears all the time.
Absolutely. And that's a big issue, is because when we think about how we're listening with our personal devices, it's not only how loud they are, but how long we're wearing them. So keeping the volume turned down to about 60% and giving your ears a break about every 60 minutes is really the best way to keep our ears safe with those personal devices.
So the time of how long the loudness may be going on, or at least how much that we're pumping through to our ears, that's a factor. We know certain things like Monster Jam and motocross racing. You know, if you're going to go to that event, okay, you grab the earbuds, especially for the kids. But what about all those things that happen with children that you don't know about because their listening is so good, their ears are so well adapted? Like if you're at a public restroom. I remember my son used to always grab his ears whenever somebody would flush a toilet or put on the hand dryer. How do we know if that's impacting our children?
So really, when we think about hearing loss, we're thinking about how loud the sound is, but again, how much time. So say the kids are in band or they're in shop class. Those are times that it's important just to be wearing ear protection, because reducing that amount of sound is really important. And we're exposed to so much sound all the time. So it's really important that even if we think, oh, it's not going to be that long, that we keep protecting our ears, because sometimes hearing loss due to noise can be immediate. You know, you think of a loud explosion, but most of the time it's very gradual and it's always permanent.
That was the other question here. So if it's always permanent, let's start talking about some of the other factors that cause hearing loss, especially with kids. If they have an earache, how quickly do we need to talk to somebody like you, a doctor, and say, like, okay, is that disease or is that illness affecting their listening?
So absolutely, if you have an ear infection, it can impact your hearing, sometimes up to a moderate hearing loss. Typically, those are temporary if treated by an ENT or your pediatrician. The thing that we need to keep in mind, if left untreated, our ears are very close to our brain. And so we want to make sure that we're keeping those infections under control and not doing any further damage to our ears.
Last question for you, Dr. Presley. How often should we have our ears checked?
Really, you can do it very easily now. At school, they'll do it a couple times a year for children. And then as adults, we don't see that happen too often. So you can download free apps on your phone, and you can check your own hearing with your own earbuds, as well as you can also download a sound level meter. So if you're like, I'd really like to know how loud it is when we go to the Ravens game or the O's game, or what's it like at band, you can do that as well.
Yeah, picking up a $20 decibel meter. Thank you very much. Dr. Presley with GBMC, we appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, 7:18, time to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Past the camera, I can't see exactly what he's doing. I just see movement over there. Yeah. He's excited.
It's almost the 7:30 stretch, guys. Yes, of course. I'm excited.
Warming up to get ready for the stretch.
Exactly right. By the way, yeah, we got to meet up with mother-in-law yesterday, and Auntie is in town. Big when Show Bar's in town. A lot of people come out when Show Bar's in town. That's it's a big thing. But I got to meet Mom's friend Barkley, and she lives in Canton, and so she says when she can move her patio furniture out, it's a good day. So Barkley can get some of the furniture out today. Just know later this afternoon, you're going to have to bring it in. I almost want to call it the Barkley chair cast, because I think, you know, if you see Barkley's chair out, you know it's going to be a good day. But right now, not too bad. And you can sit outside, enjoy some coffee on your front porch. A little chilly right now. And overall, our HD radar finally dry with that rain that is done. But look at these little blues, or that purple and that pink right there. In West Virginia, we've got winter storm warnings. What? Yeah, in May, because we're going to see the potential for some snow showers in some of the higher elevations, especially above 3,000 feet. Now, no snow for us. However, we still may see some rain as we head later into the afternoon for today and for the next couple of days for that matter. So as you rise and shine, enjoy breakfast. We know Auntie's not up yet. We're talking about low to mid 50s next couple of hours. That sun will be up until 8 o'clock tonight. That's our first sunset at 8 p.m. How about that as the summer solstice is getting closer? 54 by 10 o'clock there, Reisterstown. We'll see numbers today back into the lower 60s. And by the time we head into happy hour, about 4 or 5 o'clock, still some lower 60s around. But again, the potential does exist for a few pop-up showers. But overall, upper 50s and lower 60s for your high temperatures, still below average for this time of year. Eastern Shore, you're getting in on some of those lower 60s as well. I mentioned it earlier how the pollen numbers have come down considerably back into the low category. But we know once we start to get some drier conditions, those tree pollen numbers will start to creep back up. Same thing with grass. But let's enjoy that fresh, clean air while we can. All right, here's a look at our future scan. So not a lot of rain today, but just a couple of pop-up showers for this afternoon. Another round into tomorrow as well. And there's some of the blue right there for the mountain locations. So the next couple of mornings in the overnight hours, we're talking about some snow showers there. As we head toward Wednesday, finally getting this low to eventually start to move out of here, but still some leftover showers into Wednesday afternoon as well. So we're going to carry that chance for rain, albeit smaller, through Wednesday. By Thursday and Friday, definitely drier. We've got some improving conditions. We're looking at 67 for Cinco de Mayo Friday and low to mid 70s as we head into this upcoming weekend. I'm looking forward to that.
All right. We'll celebrate some of the best African-American leaders in our area. Just ahead this morning, the business owner who is being recognized for his work in the Mount Vernon neighborhood.
And we're at Six Flags this morning. Always a great time at Six Flags. And good news, Six Flags is expanding. They got certified. A new certification is going to make a big difference for all of us. It's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It's So Baltimore. Amp up the fun this summer with all the thrills.
Six Flags America heating up in the perfect way. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Bowie this morning, and he's got a whole lot more.
I'm ready to go.
And Six Flags is always fun, but now a new certification makes it even more special. Joe's going to tell us all about it. The manager, Joe, what's going on?
Good morning. You know, we are so excited to have you out here. Thanks for joining us. Six Flags is now a certified autism center, so we are working with IBCCES to help train our team to understand autism in better ways and better serve our guests. So what that means is all of our team members go through a specialized autism course where they learn about what autism truly is. And then here at the park, we're doing different things like helping guests understand what different sensory things could be a trigger for guests who have elevated sensitivities. And then coming up this weekend, we're super excited to have a sensory-friendly day, our first of 7 days this summer, that guests can come to the park and expect a slightly different experience. So we'll have all of our rides and attractions. That's what we do here at Six Flags. Right. But we are reducing sensory triggers like park audio, for example. Like park audio doesn't necessarily change your day. It's a nice thing to have, but it could be a reason that somebody can't visit the park. So we'll reduce park audio and announcements where we can. We have signage throughout the park that helps identify triggers. Like our Joker's Jinx roller coaster's got a really loud, powerful launch when it goes to 60 miles an hour. So we have a sign there to just remind guests that those sorts of things are happening just to make their day a little better. Plus, we have additional low sensory areas identified throughout the park.
Joe, that's amazing. Again, making it a great experience for everybody. You can never go wrong with that. It's so exciting. And we're here this morning talking about that and more coming up.
That's pretty awesome to be more inclusive that way. All right, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Work week is starting off windy with a chance of few afternoon showers. Just ahead, what you can expect for the first week of May.
Trial begins today for the man accused of killing a Wicomico County Sheriff's deputy. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're looking into why he was out on probation the night of the murder. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, welcome back on this first day of May. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, it's a great way to start off the new month because we actually have nice, crisp, dry air out there.
For now, meteorologist Justin Chambers has the forecast.
Well, and the good news, guys, is even if we do pick up a few showers later this afternoon, it is not going to be like that overcast and gray and kind of dreary weekend, especially on Friday, where that rain just seemed to never end. I mean, we picked up more than 2 inches overall. Even though that helped with the drought, we're still below average for the year of 2023 in terms of our annual average rainfall. Beautiful shot looking right down there at Fed Hill. All the boats looking good. We know more and more of you getting those boats unwrapped and ready to go as boating season is basically upon us here. As you're heading out for your morning drive, finally some dry roads out there, 40s and 50s. Mr. Bo says we are good to go next couple of hours, and temps in the lower 60s for today. So still a little on the chilly side, maybe mild for the afternoon. It's just going to feel cooler than that with some of that wind that we have to deal with. And again, a couple of showers still to get through as well. We'll take a look at when we can see some warmer numbers and a lot less in the way of rain and drier air. All of that, we'll do that in a few minutes from right now.
Well, let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and taking a look at the JFX. It will take you about 9 minutes to head from the outer loop all the way down to President Street.
7:31 and happening today. The trial begins for the man accused of killing a Wacomico County Sheriff's deputy in June of last year.
A year before, when Austin Davidson was 17, he was charged with robbing a Baltimore City McDonald's with a gun. And Olivia Dance joining us live now with more details on why he was given probation and then allowed back on the streets. Olivia.
Tom, that's right. Trial will begin today for Davidson, who's accused of killing the sheriff's deputy. But many are frustrated and want to know why he was even out on the streets the night of the murder. So Fox 45 News spoke with a criminal defense attorney about those concerns.
What is incredibly unclear about this case is why the state went from asking for 18 months of incarceration to not asking for any incarceration at all. Those two things are complete polar opposites. It could have been because of the pandemic, but in light of this individual's criminal activities after the fact, there doesn't seem to be any good explanation.
That was Jeremy Eldridge, who is in no way related to this case. Now, before being accused of killing the Wacomico County Sheriff's deputy back in 2022, a year before that, Austin Davidson pled guilty to robbing a McDonald's in Baltimore City. He spent more than a year in pretrial detention, but court records show the state asked he be held without bond and charged as an adult. Now, at the time, Marilyn Mosby was the city state's attorney, and her office said, quote, the prosecutor secured a conviction and made a sentence recommendation of jail time. The court imposed a sentence of probation before judgment, end quote. But that's not the whole story. While a sentence of 10 years, all but 18 months suspended was recommended, the prosecutor said in court that Davidson should be sentenced to time and given 3 years probation.
We had a prosecutor who deferred to the court. Instead of advocating for the victim in this case, the prosecutor deferred to the court. That's despicable. That's disgusting.
And then over a year later, Davidson was back out on the streets and is accused of allegedly running from police and then shooting and killing the sheriff's deputy. Now, again, he will face those charges in trial today. And of course, you can get the latest updates on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, now to the gun violence hitting Baltimore City streets.
A total of 7 people were shot, 2 of them dying this past weekend. Police say one of the latest shootings happening in a robbery at a T-Mobile store. That's along Boston Street in Canton. It happened just after 4:30 yesterday afternoon.
Officials say the suspect shot an employee before stealing from several customers and then running away. Anyone with information is asked to call police.
This is the latest example of violent crime in the area many consider safe. Last month, police say a security guard shot a man after a fight inside a Fells Point business just as the bars were letting out. And then in January, police say a group of armed teenagers threatened a couple in Federal Hill, forcing them into a car before taking them to various ATMs to get their money out of their accounts.
More than 70 people have been shot in Baltimore City and survived this April. According to Fox 45 News data, that is the most non-fatal shootings in a month since last summer. At least 193 people have been shot and survived in Baltimore this year, which is less than last year. The difference is now we're seeing a spike in juvenile crime. 32 of the 193 victims are between 9 and 17 years old. The mayor says the city will start to enforce its youth curfew on Memorial Day weekend. But one law enforcement expert is skeptical that will make a difference.
If it's a Band-Aid that the mayor feels like he needs in the short term to get through summer, fine, let's give it a try. But I don't expect it to have much of an impact at all. In fact, it could have a negative impact. The first BPD officer that has to use force to enforce the curfew, which could happen and likely will happen, and there's the viral video goes out of something that doesn't look good, and police using force never looks good, then everything is going to change. And it's foreseeable.
Another concern when it comes to enforcing the curfew is the officer shortage. Right now, the Baltimore Police Department is down about 500 officers. This morning, police are investigating a murder in Cockeysville.
That's the second homicide in a week in Baltimore County. And Taylor Stewart is joining us live with the growing crime concerns in Baltimore County. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. Right now, Baltimore County investigators are looking for the gunman who essentially left the Cockeysville man to die on the sidewalk this past Sunday. Police say they found Earl Boydkin lying on the cross street of Cranbrook and Lord Street. And this happened no more than a week after police found the body of 17-year-old Elias Plasiak at a home along Rossville Road. Those homicides aren't solved. And at this point, we also are still looking for the shooter involved in the death of the 16-year-old Trayshawn Harmon, who was killed near the Towson Town Center earlier in February.
It's just crazy, just the amount of gun violence that is happening. To broader, I mean, whether it's to here, to Perry Hall, you never know when it's going to stop.
Baltimore County's new police chief, Robert McCullough, spoke with Fox 45 just last week. He stopped short of saying that crime is up in Baltimore County, but detectives are now working their 8th homicide of this year so far. So he's going to speak with us again. He has an exclusive interview with our anchor, Vincent Hill. They're going to sit down and really talk about crime in Baltimore County and how he plans to tackle it. That's the latest for now. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Well, Baltimore City Councilman wants to bring more transparency to City Hall. Still ahead this morning, we take a closer look at his new bill and how it can help taxpayers understand how city leaders are spending their money.
We'll have a few afternoon showers today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking down what we can expect for the rest of the work week. 7:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. 7:40 is your time right now. We're 20 minutes in front of 8 o'clock. You know, there's a lot of good songs out there that have Friday in it and have Saturday. And then there's that Monday song, the only one that is Manic Monday. It's like, Monday, like whatever. Anyway, Charm City tank shot. It's shaking around a little bit. The camera is all ready because that wind is going to pick up and will be with us through most of the day today. Notice on your out the door cast, a jacket this morning, umbrella just in case, but definitely those sunglasses. Finally, a little bit more sunshine. Overall, we are drier today. So if you do want to get some yard work done and work in the garden, you're good to go. Just know we might pick up a few showers this afternoon. Temperatures back into the lower 60s later today. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. Today begins a 4-day meeting between President Joe Biden and the president of the Philippines.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the actions fueling the meeting. Megan?
Here's what we know, guys. We want to take you live to the White House, where we are hearing this meeting is all about China. It comes as concerns grow over China's increasingly aggressive actions toward Taiwan and Philippine ships in the South China Sea. China stepping up its show of military force recently, conducting large-scale military drills in that region, as well as repeatedly harassing the Philippines Navy and Coast Guard patrols. Meantime, U.S.-Philippine cooperation has been growing in recent months. If you remember earlier this year, the Philippines agreeing to give the U.S. access to 4 more bases on the islands as the United States looks to deter China's aggressive actions towards Taiwan. Last week, the U.S. and Philippines conducting their largest joint war drills. And then just yesterday, guys, the two nations holding their first joint fighter jet training in the Philippines since 1990. At today's meeting, the leaders are expected to talk about the security situation we were mentioning, as well as new economic, education, and climate change initiatives. This Oval Office meeting here, by the way, the first by a Philippine president in more than 10 years. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
The Child Victims Act of 2023 has been signed into law by Governor Moore. Just ahead, what this means for victims of abuse.
A Maryland delegate is being charged for second-degree assault. Still ahead this morning, how his attorney is responding to an exclusive video that we have right here at Fox 45 News. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The following segment is sponsored by Gilman and Bedigian.
Governor Wes Moore signed the Child Victims Act of 2023 into law, which gets rid of the statute of limitation for victims of sex crimes against children. Survivors of abuse are praising the bill's passing, saying that the policy will help victims from across the state bring their abusers to justice.
Because this bill at the end will not undo years of suffering, but maybe it'll give us hope, make us better people. But I want you to know that I have tried, and I am trying, and I will continue to try, not just to change this world, but to be a better person.
So what does this mean for victims of abuse? What are the next steps? Attorney Charles Gilman with Gilman and Bedigian joins us this morning. Good morning, Charles.
Good morning, Patrice.
So talk about the law up until this point. Victims had up until a certain time to be able to come forward with some kind of allegations and lawsuit.
Well, in the civil aspect, up in 2017, the legislator had amended the statute to give you till the age of 38 to file a lawsuit for sexual abuse. This year, just recently in the last 30 days, they've abolished the statute of limitations on these types of claims. So that means you can bring a claim at any time. It doesn't matter how old you are.
So what do you think this means now? Do you think the floodgates will open? I see all of a sudden now the billboards that are up. I see a lot of commercials running. Do you think a lot of victims are going to come forward?
Look, for their sake, I hope that they do. There's certain victims that it's going to help them to come forward, talk about it, and it's going to be cathartic. There's other victims who have probably moved on and have to do what's best for them. So it really depends on the particular victim. But for those that this will help, it's going to be a big help.
So what does a victim do now if they do want to pursue a case? What are the next steps?
Well, it's like you said, obviously I'd advocate that they call a law firm that handles these types of cases. And like you said, there's buses, billboards, TV ads, all of it's going on right now. So you just have to pick a law firm that you like. Our firm handles it. But if, look, working with a lawyer is getting into a relationship. So call around or submit a few web forms. See which law firm you want to work with, which one you like, and then if it's the right thing for you, move forward.
And so then how does the process work from that point? How do you determine civil damages for abuse, especially something that may have happened years and years and years ago?
But there's going to be two components to it. There's going to be the economic harm, which is measurable because you had therapy, you might have lost time from work or that type of stuff that we can put a dollar value figure on. So that's the economic component. And then there's going to be the emotional component, which is the pain and suffering, which you really can't put a dollar value on because it's different for everybody. It's different in every situation. And look, I guarantee you, if I offered you $100 million, you wouldn't say, let me go get abused by somebody. So by way of example, it's very hard to quantify the pain and suffering or non-economic damages. However, the statute does cap those.
And what is the burden that must be met to prove your case? Is it as stringent as it would be in a criminal case?
No, in a criminal case, you're going to have beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a little bit more, you have to tilt it more towards the prosecutor on the scales of justice. In a civil case, it's going to be by a preponderance of the evidence, which is 51-49 in favor of the plaintiff.
All right. Charles Gilman, we appreciate some insight on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patrice, and have a great day.
All right, Weather Authority forecast here, just about 7:49. Excuse me, as we take a live look up. Oh, my white whale. There it is. The Bromo.
Ready for you to do it.
Bromo Seltzer Tower. Well, look, I
Man.
mean, the clock is wrong, clearly. I don't know what
waiting for
goes
you.
on. Hopefully someday I can get up there. I'm hearing there are rumors that I will get up into this tower, but I don't know when.
Oh.
I don't know if I get to stand up here or here or here. But I definitely want to get back here and see if I can.
I want you right on the hands.
Like Doc Brown in
Yes.
Back to the Future, hanging on.
Just do
Come
it.
on, Marty, hang on. So anyway, it looks like it's stuck, like the 10:04. That's when the lightning struck in that movie. All right, here's a look at our HD radar. Now, we did have rain around for the weekend. We are getting a break from the rain, much needed break. Some drier air is working in, but this pesky L, this is an area of low pressure, large area of low pressure to the north of us. This is going to be hanging around for the next couple of days. What that's going to do will continue to bring us the unsettled weather. You can kind of see some of those showers there in West Virginia over to Pittsburgh and in some of our mountain locations picking up, yes, snow even in early May, where we have winter storm warnings posted for the mountains of West Virginia. So Alleghenies could see some accumulating snow of above 3,000 feet next couple of days. As for the kiddos getting out to school, sorry, no snow days for you. We definitely were snow deficient this year. 59 by noon, lower 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Go ahead and send them off with the umbrella just in case. And golfers, at least a 2-club win this afternoon. Even though we are drier, we'll see those upper 50s through noon and into the lower 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Typically 72 is where we are to kick off the month of May. We're going to be in the upper 50s and lower 60s, and it will feel cooler than that as well. If you do want to try to get out there and get the grass cut today, maybe still a little bit squishy, so I have a yellow light in your mowcast. But Tuesday and Wednesday, even though we carry a chance for showers, we definitely have some drier days ahead if you want to clean up the lawn. So here's a look at our future scan. You can see some of those green blobs right there. Just a couple of scattered showers today. Another chance for a few showers tomorrow morning and off and on into the afternoon. And then Wednesday, we start to improve. Even though we still have some snow showers in the mountains, a couple of light showers possible by Wednesday right here at home. Shout out to Grandma Kim in Chesapeake City out there in Cecil County. Look at Bo. Oh, and you know how Bo is spelled, of course, Natty Bo, with those beautiful purple flowers right there. Thanks, Grandma Kim, for sending that picture in, and we love getting your pet pics too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, let's get that 7-day forecast. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Lower 60s through Wednesday. That's it, guys. But mid-60s Thursday and steadily improving Friday, 67. And how about low to mid-70s with dry conditions for this upcoming weekend? Tom, at least we're dry on the roads this morning.
Yeah, we're dry, but it's not stopping anybody from making some bad decisions. Taking a look at your Len Stoller traffic network, crash 95 southbound right near Mountain Road. And you can see the traffic moving along slowly in that area. Look at the red all the way up along 95. There's also another collision right on 70 if you're going eastbound. And then we have another marker here in the Halethorpe area. And that one has a disabled vehicle on the road and 2 vehicles involved in an incident. It says the cameras aren't showing it, but there's a backup there too. So make sure you give yourself some extra time if you're heading out. Now we want to go out live to our traffic photojournalist, Graham. Look at that gorgeous sky that he's riding under here. He's in the Pikesville area, 97 southbound, and it looks like he's moving along just fine. Thank you, Graham.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
It is that time of year where we celebrate Mom, and you can win extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Just grab your phone, scan the QR code you see right there on your screen for a chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania Trivia Contest.
Get the question right, and you could win the $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom. Again, scan the QR code to get the Mother's Day Mania Trivia question of the day. Good luck. Then you can spend it on your mom.
Exercise can increase your overall health and help reduce stress. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, 5 movements that you need to know to provide stress relief.
We're at Six Flags this morning, and they just got a new certification that will make the park experience better for everybody. That's coming up.
And you need a cup of coffee to get your day started if you're headed to Six Flags, because it's jam-packed, just action-packed.
Perfect time to stop and enjoy a coffee break.
We are starting this Monday morning off on a great note, an O's win and a series win at that.
Last night, the Orioles finished their 4-game series against the Tigers in Detroit with a final score 5-3. Today, they are off, but then tomorrow night, they'll get back to business as they're traveling to Kansas City to play the Royals. First pitch, 7:40.
Well, highs are going to be in the 60s today. Just ahead, when we can expect even more of a warm-up.
A Baltimore City delegate will be in court today for alleged assault. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, watch video of the incident obtained exclusively by Fox 45 News. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News continues to demand transparency about how city leaders spend your money. Just ahead, how a new bill could provide clarity to taxpayers.
A Baltimore City delegate will be in court today for alleged assault. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, watch video of the incident obtained exclusively by Fox 45 News.
Our temperatures, not too bad right now, finally dry for the moment. We could still see a few more showers later today. We'll break that down for you coming up on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, May 1st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and this might be our moment to get outside now.
Is it?
While it lasts.
Okay, well, let's go. Justin, you take over. Megan and I are out.
You guys can go. It's
it looks
right there.
so nice. I'm hoping to get yard work in. Is there enough time before the next rain?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the whole thing. We're not going to see anything like we saw over the weekend. We'll just have the pockets of a couple of pop-up showers as we head into the later part of the afternoon. We're already seeing some clouds kind of invading in from the west at this moment, but a lot of sunshine that is out there right now looking down at Fed Hill. Not much in the way of wind, but that wind is going to pick up later today. So we'll see breezy to windy conditions, especially from the southwest. That's where that wind is going to be blowing in from. Upper 40s and low to mid 50s across the area right now. So those temperatures are steadily climbing. And we'll be on our way in the next few hours to those numbers close to 60 degrees by 11 a.m. into the lower 60s as we head out for your afternoon. So yeah, there will be some dry times today. Upper 50s, lower 60s for our afternoon highs. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll talk about some of those showers and break down the hour-by-hour future scan in just a little bit.
Now to the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, looking over 95 at Joppa Road, where there is an accident reported, and you can see the result of that. Traffic is backed up for miles, just inching forward through that area. You've even got some cars, part of that accident, stopped on the shoulder, so you're going to want to avoid that area for now. That's 95 at Joppa Road.
This morning, we are following two big stories in Baltimore City: deadly violence and transparency. As we begin a new month, we mourn the many killed in the city in April. 2 people were killed, 5 others shot just this weekend in the city. In our next half hour, we're going to take a closer look at the violence striking city streets as you look at that map there. But now we begin with one city councilman's effort to bring more transparency to City Hall. Councilman Yitzi Schleifer says that he wants taxpayers to better understand how city leaders are spending their money.
As that investigation continues about how the city is spending your money, Taylor Stewart is joining us with a preview of the councilman's new bill and what is happening today with that bill. Taylor.
That's right. He is set to introduce this bill. It's called the Transparency and Accountability in City Grant-Making Bill, and essentially would open the books and provide everyone more transparency with how the city allocates grant money. Now, at this point, Safe Streets, Clean Corps, these are areas that the city has been really tight-lipped about in terms of how they're spending that nonprofit grant money, especially when it comes to the $641 million allocated from the Federal American Rescue Plan. This bill would require recipients of city-approved grants submit documentation to the City Board of Estimates. That agency would then be required to share that information online. As Fox 45 continues to press city leaders about how nonprofit spending is approved, Councilman Yitzi Schleifer says the same goes for him and others on the council, which is why he's confident he'll get the support he needs.
I would assume that we would have unanimous support. I mean, we're all interested in more transparency. We know that there's a lot of money that's going out the door to these groups, and there's a lot of great things happening, but we want to see sometimes when there's questions being asked that we don't have the answers to, it all should be just made available in a very easy format for people to go and see where that money is going.
And take a look at some of that money that he's referring to. The Clean Corps initiative, introduced by Mayor Brendan Scott, uses $15 million from American Rescue Plan funding to help fund these areas, these nonprofits that are working in and throughout the city. How effective are they? Well, understanding that gets to the heart of this bill, which wants to open up the books and look at how this money is being spent so you can measure that effectiveness. So we'll see how that goes tonight. That's being introduced by Councilman Yitzi Schleifer. Again, he thinks it'll have support, but we'll keep you updated. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. And we want to hear from you. Do you think the city needs to be more transparent about how nonprofits spend taxpayer dollars? So far, 95% of voters say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in on this.
And stay with Fox 45 News. Mackenzie Frost will be at today's council hearing when Councilman Schleifer's bill is introduced. We will have complete coverage on Fox 45 News at 10 and on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Happening today, Maryland Delegate Kaylin Young will be in court for a second-degree assault charge, which allegedly happened during an LGBTQ town hall in November.
Young is a new member of the House of Delegates representing the 45th District.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with a closer look at the charge and the exclusive video obtained by Fox 45. Olivia.
Well, the man accusing Young says the delegate used force to physically remove him from the event, and it happened right here inside the Reginald F. Lewis Museum during a town hall. And as you mentioned, Young will stand trial today at the District Court for Baltimore City. Fox 45 News obtained exclusive video of the incident from a town hall attendee. You're looking at that video right there on your screen. It shows Delegate Young with his hand on the man's upper back, encouraging him to leave the venue. His accuser claims that Young, quote, put his hands on me twice and with force physically removing me from a public event, end quote. Delegate Young's attorney responded to the video in a statement saying, in part, the video shows that Delegate Young, a freshman delegate for Baltimore City, did not commit any assault as alleged in the statement of charges. Of course, you can read that full statement and get updates about today's trial on our website at foxbaltimore.com. And we also reached out to the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office for comment. So far, though, we haven't heard back yet. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
A manhunt is underway in Texas. After the break from our live center, we're going to have the latest information about the suspect. That's all coming up.
Plus, the trial begins today for the man accused of killing a Wicomico County Sheriff's deputy. In our next half hour, why he was out on probation on the night of the murder.
Our temperatures statewide 30s, 40s, and 50s. That's what we're looking at this morning. We have a break in the rain for now, but how long will that break last? We'll talk about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
(8:10) now. A widening manhunt is underway right now in Texas after a weekend of police searching for a mass murder suspect.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with what we know about the suspect considered armed and dangerous. Tom.
Yeah, that's right. Megan and Patrice, right now, more than 250 officers searching for the suspect. You see video coming out of San Quentin, Texas, and then look at this, the photo of the man that they're looking for. He's accused of killing 5 people in an execution-style shooting. Youngest victim, just 8 years old. Suspect now identified as Francisco Oropesa, and the FBI releasing these new images of him again, showing the various looks of him here on their site right here on the smartboard. He is a threat to the community after allegedly killing 5 people Friday in Cleveland, Texas. That's a town just north of Houston. Investigators say residents asked him to stop shooting his rifle in their yard, and when he refused to stop, they called police, complaining of the noise. About 20 minutes later, witnesses say Oropesa walked up to their home and just opened fire. Officials say he has a distinct tattoo. You see it right here on his left forearm. He is a Mexican national illegally in the U.S. In fact, ICE reporting he has been deported from our country 5 times. Investigators say they initially started tracking him using his cell phone, but say that trail went cold Saturday evening, warning that now he could be anywhere. Authorities now saying that they have 0 leads to his whereabouts.
Hopefully somebody out there can call us. I pretty much can guarantee you he's contacted some of his friends. We just don't know what friends they are. And that's what we need from the public, is any type of information, because right now we're running into dead ends.
Now, this morning, the victims being identified as 25-year-old Sonia Guzman, her son, 8-year-old Daniel Lasso Guzman, 21-year-old Diana Alvarado, and 31-year-old Julissa Riviera, and 18-year-old Jose Caceres. Now, all 5 victims are said to be from Honduras, and some had just moved to Cleveland from Houston a few days prior to this attack. Authorities now offering, get this, they're now offering $80,000. FBI just upping it by $25,000 more right here for leads to his capture. And of course, we'll keep you posted all morning long right here from the Live Center.
All right, Tom, thank you. Still ahead, police now investigating a murder in Cockeysville. Why residents are on edge with the growing crime concerns across Baltimore County.
But first, the Baltimore City 2024 budget has been unveiled. And there are concerns after the break, the surprise in the budget people weren't expecting. 8:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Included in Baltimore City's 2024 budget, $70 million more in education than was expected. The additional money, part of a mandated increase passed as part of the Kerwin Commission. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is joining us live with the sticker shock to many. David, good morning. Why is this coming as a surprise?
Good morning, Megan. And I'm surprised that the mayor is surprised because this is part of the Kerwin Commission, right? This was passed 2 years ago, and the mayor put out this glowing press release saying that he was really happy this was passed, and we all knew this was part of the formula, that there was a new formula for education funding in Baltimore City, but really throughout the state. And this is happening not just in Baltimore City, but other school jurisdictions. About 7 others have this same problem. Now, Baltimore has a bigger problem because it's about a 25% increase than what they thought. And Megan, here's the problem, is that they have recalculated poverty in the state. And believe it or not, Baltimore City actually gained wealth in the last couple of years. And that's why their share is going to increase, is that Baltimore City is going to have to help these other jurisdictions and these other areas that are poorer, because there were 110,000 more kids that were put into poverty by a new calculation.
David, let me ask you this. You know, I think many thought when the Kerwin Commission was happening that would be part of the educational funding. It would not be in addition to. Why are we still spending the same amount on education plus the Kerwin instead of substituting?
Right, because that's what Kerwin did, is to say that they're going to spend $4 billion a year more. Not $4 billion a year, but more than what they're spending now. So this is going to be a huge burden on taxpayers. And the city and really the state is trying to figure this out. And you have Democrats and Republicans alike trying to figure out how they're going to do this. They've asked for a mini repeal of Kerwin, a Kerwin light. They want to raise taxes. I mean, there are a lot of ideas, a lot of bad ideas that are being floated around now as to how to pay for this.
David, I think everyone understands that education is important and there needs to be funding for it. What can be done? You mentioned some appeals that may be, you know, taxes being raised. What do you think is going to happen in the long run?
So I think what's going to happen is the state's going to pick up the tab for this, is that the state's going to help out, which really, Megan, that doesn't make much sense because it's still taxpayer money, right? And we're not going to know the results of the Kerwin Commission for another 12 years because they're going to have to track this from, you know, grade 1 to grade 12. So, you know, we may be spending all this money and taxpayers may be funding this and we won't know what the results are. And there's one good part of this, and I'll tell you what that is. What? Is now the mayor understands that this is a huge burden on the city, and maybe this kind of wakes up the city and wakes up the budget people to following the money and making sure that it goes to the right purposes. Because before this, you know, it was kind of a handout from the state, and the state was picking up most of this. So maybe this is a wake-up call for the city and the administration.
All right, David, thanks for shedding light on this. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
The National Weather Service confirmed a tornado touched down in Virginia Beach, Virginia on Sunday. The twister knocked down trees and power lines. Authorities say at least a dozen homes sustained damage during that storm. Some residents were stunned by the damage.
I just can't believe the damage. When I walked down, just one block, and I couldn't even, as I was looking around, there were times where I didn't even recognize where I was. Like, I couldn't tell because the trees, there's such, beautiful, older, bigger trees, and they were gone. Like, I could see over into the next neighborhood perfectly, and I've never seen those houses from Great Neck Road before. Like, I could see the back of their houses.
Some homes experienced gas leaks, and utility workers responded to make repairs. Fortunately, no one was hurt.
Nothing like that here at home, thank goodness. But we are going to see some breezy conditions today.
Following all the rain we had, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at the full Weather Authority forecast.
Yeah, and a little bit of a break in the rain, ladies. We are going to see the potential for a few showers still hanging around for today and possibly even into the next couple of afternoons. But it's great to see the sun out there. The flag already flapping around there on Fed Hill. So right now we're at 54, on our way to the lower 60s here for the afternoon. A breezy afternoon, as you mentioned, with a few of those showers that will be possible. Let's take a look at our HD radar. We're quiet right now here at home, but let's zoom in to western Maryland, where you're seeing, some light showers and even some snow showers being reported there at the Garrett County Airport. We do have now a winter weather advisory through early tomorrow morning for Garrett County. And notice these areas in West Virginia, that pink area is a winter storm warning for tonight through early tomorrow morning. We could see some accumulation, especially in the Alleghenies above 3,000 feet with this large weather maker, that continues to bring us the unsettled weather. That's what brought us all of the rain for the weekend. That low is just spinning up well to the north and to the east of us, but on the back side of that is all of that moisture, and that's why we still have the potential to see some of those showers later today. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning, Hank. Yeah, all right. 56 by the next hour and lower 60s for Hank and his feathered friends for the afternoon. The good news with all of the rain, pollen numbers have come way down back into the low category for trees and grass. We know when things start to dry out, those sneak back into that moderate and high categories. We're still in allergy season, but upper 50s and lower 60s is what we're going to see across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. Still below average for this time of year, with those 60s continuing for Howard and Anne Arundel counties as well later today. Now, here's a look at that future scan. So you can see this afternoon, about 2 o'clock, a couple of those pop-up showers will be possible, maybe even a rumble of thunder or two. Early tomorrow morning, a few showers left over with the blue there in western Maryland, indicating some snow showers. Pop-off showers here through tomorrow afternoon, and then another round of those snow showers on Wednesday morning. By Wednesday afternoon, we finally will start to see at least a little bit of a break, but possibly still a few leftover showers until that low kind of sneaks out of here and some drier weather works in later this week. Now, this is Einstein, my friends, and this is a rabbit, and this was sent in from Tony Ann D. And Tony Ann D has this rabbit. It is a lionhead dwarf rabbit and loves morning weather. A lionhead dwarf rabbit. I've never even heard of that before. But thank you, Tony Ann, for sending that picture in of sweet little Einstein right there. We'd love to get your pet pics too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, so that 7-day forecast, lower 60s through Wednesday. Will be drier and warmer toward the end of the week. And we've got 70s on the way with dry conditions for the first weekend of May right around the corner.
A new government report is shedding some light on recent airline troubles in our next half hour. We're going to tell you what the Government Accounting Office has to say about the uptick in delays and cancellations.
And it's Six Flags season. A lot of new developments, new certifications, new activities. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It is so Baltimore. There is always something exciting happening at Six Flags.
Explore the newest rides and attractions all summer long. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live exploring already. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. Joe's with us again with good certification and more good news from Six Flags.
Hello. Yeah, we're out here in Gotham City in front of the Harley Quinn, our newest thrill attraction here at the park. Harley Quinn is one of many attractions here that you can use our supplemental restraint harness. So our Six Flags team has worked for years with industry experts to develop this proprietary technology that allows guests who are missing limbs or have appendages to ride rides that they might not otherwise be able to use. So they would go into this vest, and then we would actually clip them into the seat as a secondary harness, allowing them the opportunity to experience attractions that in the past we wouldn't have been able to. And so this is a secondary harness because they still use the original harness that the attraction has. So 98% of the attractions here at Six Flags is compatible with this harness and really unlocks a totally different experience for those guests.
And Joe, I think it's so great. So the inclusiveness is amazing, and even that thoughtfulness. So congratulations on these improvements.
Absolutely.
And of course, an already historic and great place, making it even greater with these kind of developments, guys. So we're here this morning, and coming up, we're going to tell you about a brand new thing.
Our brand new show.
Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum, it's coming up.
Oh boy, looking forward to it.
That song didn't mean anything.
In the meantime, we've got more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Trial begins today for the man accused of killing a Wicomico County Sheriff's deputy. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're looking into why he was out on probation the night of the murder. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
8:30, and we are starting this Monday morning off on a great note with an O's win and a series win at that. Again, third best record right now in all of Major League Baseball. Orioles finishing their 4-game series against the Tigers in Detroit with the final score 5-3. The Birds have won 13 of the last 16 games and only remaining 3.5 games back behind the first place Tampa Bay Rays in the AL East. Today they're off, but then tomorrow they'll go back to business when they travel to Kansas City to play the Royals. But Tampa Bay comes to town next Monday for a series, so they can really tie this up.
And if you remember, just a couple of days ago, we were 4.5 games back, so we are inching closer till the
Where are
meetup.
those Yankees again?
I don't think they're doing so great.
They spent a lot of money on those Yankees.
Five, way down there. Yeah, and Aaron Judge may be on the injured list, so.
We're going to say, not cocky, just humble and keep moving. Because we're the best.
It's the 6th straight series win, guys. I mean, they just keep winning series. And you add up the wins in April and May, then get to the summertime. I know, it's a long season. We all know that. But pitching, hitting, looking good. So let's go O's. 10-game home stretch starts next Monday with the Rays in town, as Tom mentioned. And that's going to be some fabulous weather next week for the O's. So it's actually good that they're out of town the rest of this week, because we still have some unsettled weather to get through over the next couple of days. Breezy and mild for you today. That wind is going to kick up later this afternoon. We still have a few showers possible. Temperature staying below average not only today, but for the next couple of days. So if you are going to get out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, mid to upper 50s on your jogging cast. And temperatures today will top out in the lower 60s. We're going to kind of keep those low 60s going into both Tuesday and Wednesday. And we do carry a chance for showers each afternoon as well. Finally, by the time we get to the weekend, we got some drier conditions ahead. We'll talk more about that in the 7-day forecast in just a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And you see all that red? Yeah, 95 southbound. It is going to give you a headache just thinking about it, even if you don't have to travel it today, because now best bet would be over to Philadelphia Road, either 140 if you can. There's an accident that happened right before White Marsh Boulevard. 3 vehicles involved, and they're still cleaning that up. And then the backup is just horrendous, if you want to use that word. There's also one other incident that's going on. This is on 95 South, right near 695, and it's causing some slowdowns. Earlier we thought it was an accident, but it looks like it's just some debris. Then 70 westbound, there are some slowdowns, and they're still not even indicating what that is about. That's right near Friendship, Maryland, and I'm sorry, that is going east. No, it says 70 westbound. So yeah, westbound delays there too. 8:33, and happening today, the trial begins for the man accused of killing a Wicomico County Sheriff's deputy in June of last year.
A year before that, Austin Davidson was 17 years old. He was charged with robbing a Baltimore City McDonald's with a gun. Olivia Dance joining us live now with more details and why he was given probation and allowed out there on the streets. Olivia, what's going on?
Megan, that's right. Trial will begin today for Davidson, who's accused of killing the sheriff's deputy. But many are frustrated and want to know why he was even out on the streets the night of the murder. So Fox 45 News spoke with a criminal defense attorney about those concerns.
What is incredibly unclear about this case is why the state went from asking for 18 months of incarceration to not asking for any incarceration at all. Those two things are complete polar opposites. It could have been because of the pandemic, but in light of this individual's criminal activities after the fact, there doesn't seem to be any good explanation.
That was Jeremy Eldridge, who is in no way related to this case. Now, before being accused of killing the Wicomico County Sheriff's deputy back in 2022, a year before that, Austin Davidson pled guilty to robbing a McDonald's in Baltimore City. He spent more than a year in pretrial detention. But court records show the state asked he be held without bond and charged as an adult. At the time, Marilyn Mosby was the city-state's attorney, and her office said, quote, the prosecutor secured a conviction and made a sentence recommendation of jail time. The court imposed a sentence of probation before judgment, end quote. But that's not the whole story. While a sentence of 10 years, all but 18 months suspended was recommended, the prosecutor said in court that Davidson should be sentenced to time and given 3 years probation.
We had a prosecutor who deferred to the court. Instead of advocating for the victim in this case, the prosecutor deferred to the court. That's despicable. That's disgusting.
And then over a year later, Davidson was back out on the streets and is accused of allegedly running from the police and then shooting and killing the sheriff's deputy. Again, he'll face those charges in trial today. And of course, you can get the latest updates on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Now to the gun violence hitting Baltimore City streets.
A total of 7 people were shot, 2 of them dying just this weekend. Police say one of the latest shootings happening during a robbery at T-Mobile store along Boston Street in Canton just after 4:30 yesterday afternoon.
Officials telling us the suspect shot an employee before stealing from several customers and running away. Anyone with information should call police.
Now, this is the latest example of a violent crime in an area many consider safe. Last month, police say a security guard shot a man after a fight inside a Fells Point business just as the bars were letting out. Now, in January, police say a group of armed teenagers threatened a couple on Federal Hill, forcing them into their car before taking them to various ATMs to get money out of their accounts. Well, this morning, police are investigating a murder in Cockeysville. It's the second homicide in a week in Baltimore County. Taylor Stewart is live with the growing crime concerns in Baltimore County. Taylor?
Yeah, that's right. Investigators today are looking for the gunman who essentially shot a Cockeysville man and left him to die on the sidewalk. Now, this past weekend, police say they found 28-year-old Earl Samuel Bodkin at the cross street of Cranbrook and Lord. No more than a week after, police found the body of a 17-year-old Elias Clasack. He was at a home on Rossville Road. Those homicides aren't solved, and neither is the shooting death of 16-year-old Trayshawn Harmon, who was killed near the Towson Town Center in February.
It's just crazy, the amount of gun violence that is happening. To broader, I mean, whether it's to here, to Perry Hall, you never know when it's going to stop.
Baltimore County's new police chief, Robert McCullough, spoke with Fox 45 Morning last week. Now, he stopped short of saying crime in Baltimore County is on the rise, but as detectives now work their 8th homicide of the year, he's going to speak with us again. He's talking exclusively to Benton Hill, and they're going to sit down and discuss crime in the county and the concerns that are growing and how he plans to address it. We'll keep you updated here. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. President Biden meeting with a world leader later today after the break. What both world leaders hope to address. And the rain taking a break for now.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next chance of showers to kick off your work week. Yay! All right, looks great now, though. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Time right now is 8:40. We're just 20 minutes in front of 9 o'clock. Your first Monday of the brand new month. Happy May Day to you. Numbers in the low to mid 50s for Cockeysville, Towson to Baltimore City at 54. 54 Essex, Middle River, 53 in Woodlawn. Owings Mills, you're at 48 this hour. Now, good news is on your yard and gardening cast, you will have time to get out there and get some of that yard work done, at least for most of the day today, with temperatures rising into the lower 60s. But we still carry a chance for a couple of showers later this afternoon. We'll break that down in my hour-by-hour future scan. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. From our live center, today begins a 4-day meeting between President Joe Biden and the president of the Philippines. Taking you live to the White House, we know this is all about China, coming as concerns grow over China's increasingly aggressive actions toward Taiwan and Philippine ships in the South China Sea. China stepping up its show of military force recently, conducting large-scale military drills in the region, as well as repeatedly harassing the Philippines Navy and Coast Guard patrols. In the meantime, U.S.-Philippine cooperation has grown in recent months. Earlier this year, if you remember, the Philippines agreeing to give the U.S. access to 4 more bases on the islands as the United States, of course, looks to deter China's aggressive actions toward Taiwan. Then last week, the U.S. and the Philippines conducting their largest joint war drills. And just yesterday, the two nations holding their first joint fighter jet training in the Philippines since 1990. At today's meeting, those leaders are expected to discuss the security situation, as we mentioned, but also new economic, education, and climate change initiatives. This Oval Office meeting here, this is actually the first by a Philippine president in more than 10 years. That's the latest from our live center.
Done, and now all eyes are on the newcomers for the upcoming 2023 NFL season still ahead, where some Maryland natives landed. But first, if you plan on having fun in the sun this summer, be mindful it may come at a price if you don't protect your skin. Coming up after the break, a surgeon will be joining us to tell us more about the deadliest type of skin cancer, melanoma. 8:43 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 845, melanoma is the deadliest type of skin cancer, impacting 1 out of every 50 Americans at some point in their life. First Monday of May, recognized as Melanoma Monday. That's today, 3 weeks before the National Sun Safe Week, to raise awareness and causes of prevention of skin cancer. Surgeon Edward McCarran with MedStar Health is joining us now to explain why today is so important. Thank you so much for coming in.
Oh, yeah, today is definitely important because we're starting the summer season. Yeah. People need to be aware to reduce their sun exposure. Excessive sun exposure is the greatest risk factor for melanoma, which is a deadly form of skin cancer.
I mean, when we start looking at it and people say they hear melanoma, you're thinking, oh, okay, I just have a mole, I have to get checked out by my dermatologist, and that's it. If they can look at this one mole, I'm good to go.
Right, right. I think that those moles can be deadly. Mm-hmm. If you're having a dark pigmented skin lesion and it's evolving or changing, you should definitely get it checked out. Any early diagnosis makes the treatment much easier.
When we're starting to talk about melanoma, it's mainly sun-related.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And how often should we have our bodies checked to make sure that we're not?
That's a great question because melanomas can occur at any age. Mm-hmm. If I had to pick a number, I would think you should have a complete skin exam by the age of 50.
Okay.
But keep in mind, melanoma is the most common cancer diagnosed in young adults is melanoma, ages 25 to 30. It affects women more commonly than men, less than 50.
Why is that? Why is it women more than men? Is it more skin exposure for women?
It's interesting. I think that is poorly understood, but the data is available. And so a woman experiencing a changing mole at a young age should not think, oh, that's a diagnosis in an older patient. Because most melanomas are diagnosed at age 60 or above. Mm-hmm. But again, if you have a problem, please get it checked.
And we're starting to see that more with younger people. In fact, we had an employee, one of our friends here, her daughter actually experienced it at the age of 19. So that was very traumatic for their family. So she's been pushing that too. Let's talk about, though, when people actually see something, now there's telehealth. Is it possible to see a dermatologist? Because if you try signing up to get an appointment with a dermatologist as a new patient, you may be 3 to 6 months out before you can actually go in and share that experience and start to get to know your dermatologist. What about telehealth, though? That's quicker. Do you recommend that, though, for at least getting a mole looked at?
I think that's a great point. And I think if anything positive came out of the pandemic, it was telehealth. Okay. That evolved so rapidly, especially with MedStar during the pandemic. So it improves access to care. Mm-hmm. It will allow a skilled provider to prioritize who needs to be seen earlier, who can maybe wait the few weeks. Right. But dermatologists have definitely opened access to patients with more providers in the office. So you should not wait weeks to get a biopsy.
Sunblock, 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 right?
Exactly,
yeah.
Yes.
Tell everyone, and you know, when your mom used to slap it on us, do that to yourself too, right?
Absolutely.
Doctor, thank you so much. We appreciate you stopping by and just giving us a few minutes on the importance of Melanoma Monday.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, now we need to go over to Justin Chambers, meteorologist right here. The last couple days, a lot of cloud cover and rain, but still sunblock necessary, especially today.
Absolutely, Tom. That's a great point. And with the higher sun angle, too, that can burn the skin a lot quicker, especially when we get into the June, July, August, and September, when we have those summer months, and you can burn very quickly. So very important to get that sunblock on, even if you're just out for a run or a jog for a couple of hours out there. Here's our HD radar, and not really showing much of anything in terms of rainfall here. However, when you zoom into areas in western Maryland, Garrett County picking up a few light snow showers there. And in fact, that purple that just lit up is actually a winter weather advisory, which goes through tomorrow morning. Notice the pink right there in the mountains of West Virginia, the Alleghenies. That, my friends, is a winter storm warning through early tomorrow morning. And yes, it is May and not March, where we could have some good accumulation above 3,000 feet. This is all part of a large area of low pressure. You see that L right there? That's a counterclockwise flow. So it's just sitting there. It's called a cutoff low. It's basically cut off from the jet stream. So it's just sitting there and spinning. What that's going to do will continue to funnel cooler air into the area, and also still some moisture left over coming across the mountains and right into our area, which is why we're not quite done with the rain. Could still see a few showers for this afternoon. Notice on your Birdcast. Probably going to be at least a 2-club win today, golfers, but at least it'll be drier for the first part of the day. Later this afternoon is when we could pick up a few of those showers. 72 typically where we are this time of year. We're talking upper 50s and lower 60s, so definitely cooler, not only here, but up and down the 95 corridor for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. in those upper 50s and lower 60s. And check out our temperature tracker. Notice we stay below that average line pretty much all the way through the end of this week, with the coolest day being Wednesday. But finally, notice some improvement as we'll go back near and even above average on the second half of the weekend. All right, here's our future scan. So this is what I was talking about. Just a couple of those areas of showers for the afternoon, maybe even a rumble of thunder as well. Early tomorrow morning, some snow being picked up there in western Maryland, while we'll deal with a couple of light showers here off and on for your Tuesday. Even on Wednesday, still the potential does remain for a couple of showers with more snow in the mountain locations. Finally, by Thursday, that low is going to slide out of here. We'll get a ridge of high pressure to build back in. That will help to warm us up and to dry us out as well. But I do carry the chance for showers at least through Wednesday each afternoon. Thursday and Friday, definitely drier conditions. Hold off in that car wash till about Thursday, and you'll be looking great for the weekend with those temperatures, as I mentioned, that will be warmer for the first weekend of May. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This is a great shot from Debbie. Beautiful purple flowers right there. I believe that is Debbie's clematis, and we have one of those on our back porch that opened up. We had 4 or 5 flowers opening up over the weekend. So obviously all these plants and grass love the rain that they got over the weekend. We'd love to see the view through your window, even if it was a little wet. Our foxbaltimore.com/chime in, that's the website, or you just take a picture of that little squiggly thing right there on your TV screen. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Well, whether it's getting outdoors with your pet, going for a walk, looking at the flowers, going to an O's game, we want to see what you are doing outside. You can scan that QR code there that we were talking about. That is going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload those pictures and videos. Powered by Stacklet. Just another reminder for you.
2023 NFL Draft now in the books. 5 Maryland Terps were selected, including Baltimore's Deontay Brooks, who went to the Giants in the first round, picked at 20.
Then there were those who didn't hear their names called at all, including Maryland wideout Dante Demas. But following the draft, he got a call from a Baltimore area code. The former Terp will sign with the Ravens as an undrafted free agent. That's awesome. Well, it is May, and that means that Mother's Day is right around the corner. And if you don't have a gift, no problem. UMBC is hosting a Mother's Day celebration featuring a variety of stars, hosted by comedian Jay Lamont. The show is Saturday, May 13th at 7:30 p.m. at the Chesapeake Employers Insurance Arena. So if you and your mom want to spend some quality time together, full of fun, smiles, laughs, this is the gift for her.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
Well, speaking of Mother's Day, it's that time of year where we are still celebrating Mom. And you can win extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Every weekday, grab your phone to scan this QR code for your chance to win $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania trivia contest. Just get the question right and you can win $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom, really. Anybody can play it. Again, scan the QR code to get your Mother's Day Mania trivia question of the day, and good luck. Well, come out and celebrate the Black leaders for their contributions to the community. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, some things that these leaders are doing across the state that make them stand out.
And we know exercising can impact and improve our physical health, but don't forget about your mental health. Still to come in our 9 o'clock hour, 5 movements you need to know that can help provide stress relief.
I know the first movement that you could do to help with not only stress relief, but also to get up and get going.
What could that be?
Reaching for the coffee.
Let's take a coffee break. Yeah, that'd be Topping your morning business report, Amazon is reversing a first quarter slide in profits and brings in big quarterly revenues. The company is reporting $3.2 billion in its first quarter this year, and that compares to about a $4 billion loss this time last year. The profits come following rounds of worker layoffs, canceled products, and expansions of stores that were canceled. A new government report out is shedding some light on recent airline troubles. The Government Accounting Office says airlines themselves are mostly at fault for an increase in flight cancellations and delays. The investigation looked at flight data from January of 2018 through April of 2022, and it found the uptick in cancellations are over issues like low staffing and maintenance issues. The problems are widespread, but have been found at the largest carriers and budget airlines. Another snag, airlines are also taking longer to recover from disruptions like bad weather. A new study says ChatGPT isn't very good at math. The Brigham University study says the artificial intelligence program struggles to understand math, and it often tries to cover up mistakes it makes. See? We're better than robots. When tested against accounting exams, students scored 30% higher than the chatbot. However, the chatbot is good at the bar and graduate record exams. All right, now it is time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Guys, what is the one thing that we all hate doing on a hot day? Getting into the car. Not only is it uncomfortable, it can actually be dangerous. And during a hot day, the temperature in your car can actually reach up to 190 degrees. What I didn't know is that toxins are released into the air when your car gets hot. I did not know this. No one should be breathing in that air. And when it's hot, everyone's running quickly into the car without thinking. Your pets hop right in and they can easily all get burned. This is the solution to that problem. It is called the Brella Shade by Sharper Image, a brand we all know and we all love. And here's how easy it is to work this thing. You basically unvelcro it, put it into your dash, and open it just like an umbrella, and it fits most windows. No more standing in the parking lot waiting for your car to cool off or turning on the AC and then bringing all your windows down. You know you've done it. We've all done it. Brella Shade is really compact. Just folds right up, again, just like an umbrella. It fits in your glove box. It keeps your car cool. What it also does that you may not think about is it protects your interior from sun damage. We are offering 25% off today, and it comes in a 2-pack. So you're getting 2 for the price of 1 at 25% off. So you keep one for yourself, give another to a friend, or give it to your spouse. Take advantage of this deal. Go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Monday, May 1st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Megan Gilland. And after a rainy few days, we got some sunshine.
Man, it was, rain isn't even, it was like torrential downpours, monsoons.
Especially on Friday, too. We picked up almost 2 inches. Officially, that's a BWI. A lot of people got more than 2 inches. And then you add in the stuff that we had yesterday, and that puts us over 2 inches. We're still below average, actually, for the year in terms of our rainfall deficit, but it definitely helped, and it definitely makes things feel like a lot fresher and nicer out there. Now, we do have some clouds rolling in right there. Hanover Street Bridge, Charm City Tanks looking right down the 395 over the Patapsco, and those clouds will kind of be with us throughout the day today. The wind is also going to pick up. We're already seeing some gusty conditions out there. So breezy and mild for the afternoon. It'll feel a little bit cooler with the wind, and we're still tracking the potential of a few afternoon showers rolling in. Those temperatures, though, stay below average today and through most of the week ahead. So mid to upper 50s and lower 60s over the next few hours, and your 3T cast, 63 today, 49 tonight, lower 60s tomorrow. That's what I was talking about with those cooler numbers to kick off the month of May. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads, Meg? I know earlier there were some major issues.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look. We'll give you an update here right now, Justin. We've got a live look over the Beltway. We've got a little volume, but the good news is no issues to report. Some of those issues that we had a little earlier now clearing up.
9:02 now. This morning, we are following 2 big stories in Baltimore City.
Deadly violence and transparency. And as we begin a new month, we are mourning the many killed in the city in the month of April. 2 people were killed, 5 others shot just this weekend in the city. In our next half hour, we're going to take a closer look at the violence striking city streets.
But now we begin with one city councilman's effort to bring more transparency to City Hall. Councilman Yitzi Slifer says he wants taxpayers to better understand how city leaders are spending their money.
Taylor Stewart joining us live with a preview of the councilman's new bill and what's happening today with it. Taylor.
That's right. Today, Councilman Yitzi Slifer is set to introduce the Accountability, Transparency, and City Grant-Making bill. He's going to introduce it today at Council. It seeks to get more information about how the city allocates grant money to the nonprofits that receive it here. Now, you recall the American Rescue Plan funding, $461 million. That was given to Baltimore, and now there's this bill is an effort to open the books and really see how that money is being spent and if it's being put to effective use. He says that council members have also asked for more transparency, and he thinks this measure will get support.
I would assume that we'd have unanimous support. I mean, we're all interested in more transparency. We know that there's a lot of money that's going out the door to these groups, and there's a lot of great things happening, but we want to see sometimes when there's questions being asked that we don't have the answers to, it all should be just made available in a very easy format for people to go and see where that money is going.
The Clean Core Initiative, introduced by Mayor Scott, utilizes nearly $15 million from the American Rescue Plan to help clean up neighborhoods throughout the city. Take a look at where that money is going. Slifer says more transparency will give us all a better idea if these investments are actually effective in helping the city. So tonight he's going to introduce this measure. It's going to go to the floor, and we'll see how it develops and bring you those updates this evening. For now, we're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Taylor. We want to hear from you. Do you think the city needs to be more transparent about how nonprofits spend taxpayer dollars? So far, 95% of voters say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in on this.
And stay with Fox 45 News. Mackenzie Frost will be at today's council hearing when Councilman Slifer's bill is introduced. We'll have complete coverage on Fox 45 News at 10 and then on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Happening today, Maryland Delegate Kaylin Young will be in court for a second-degree assault charge allegedly happened during an LGBTQ town hall in November.
Young is a new member of the House of Delegates representing the 45th District. Olivia Dance is joining us live now with a closer look at the charge and some exclusive video obtained by Fox 45 News. Olivia?
Well, the man accusing Young says the delegate used force to physically remove him from the event. Now, it happened right here inside the Reginald F. Lewis Museum during a town hall. As you mentioned, Young will stand trial today at the District Court for Baltimore City. Fox 45 News obtained exclusive video of the incident from a town hall attendee. You're looking at that video right there on your screen. It shows Delegate Young with his hand on the man's upper back, encouraging him to leave the venue. His accuser claims that Young, quote, put his hands on me twice and with force, physically removing me from a public event, end quote. Delegate Young's attorney responded to the video in a statement saying, in part, the video shows that Delegate Young, a freshman delegate for Baltimore City, did not commit any assault as alleged in the statement of charges. Of course, you can read that full statement and get the latest updates about today's trial on our website at foxbaltimore.com. We also reached out to the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office for comment, but so far we haven't heard back. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy making the first big developing news here. We're going to get to that in just a moment.
Right now, there is a widening manhunt underway in Texas after a weekend where police spent it searching for a mass murder suspect.
We have Tom Rogers, who is joining us live from our live center here this morning with what we know about this suspect. And Tom, considered armed and dangerous, we're hearing.
Yeah, just an update now. In fact, you're taking a look right here. This is the image of the father of two of the victims who just spoke with the media about 20 minutes ago. This morning, more than 250 officers are searching for the suspect, and he is accused, though, of gunning down 5 people. Here's his image, and this all happened in an execution-style shooting near the town of Cleveland, that is northeast of Houston. Some of the victims as young as 8 years old. Now, the suspect now identified as Francisco Oropesa. Take a good look. The FBI releasing these new images of him. Again, authorities say he's a threat to the community after allegedly killing those 5 people Friday in Texas here. And again, just north of Houston, investigators say neighbors asked him to stop shooting his rifle in his yard because the noise was waking their infant. And when he refused to stop, they called police, complaining of the noise. In fact, that father just told the news that they called 5 times. But police arrived too late. About 20 minutes later, witnesses say Oropesa walked up to their home and opened fire walking inside. Officials say he has a distinct tattoo on his left forearm. You see it right here. He is a Mexican national illegally in the U.S. In fact, ICE is reporting that he has been deported from our country 5 times before. Investigators say they initially started tracking him using his cell phone, but that trail went cold Saturday night. Warning now, he could be anywhere in the U.S. Authorities are now saying they have 0 leads to his whereabouts.
Hopefully somebody out there can call us. Pretty much can guarantee you he's contacted some of his friends. We just don't know what friends they are. And that's what we need from the public, is any type of information, because right now we're running into dead ends.
Well, this morning, the victims are being identified as 25-year-old Sonia Guzman and her son, 8-year-old Daniel Guzman. Plus, there was a 21 and a 31-year-old woman, and then an 18-year-old man. They're all listed there. The infant was not hurt. All 5 victims believed to be from Honduras. Some had just moved to Cleveland from Houston a few days prior to this attack. Well, this morning, authorities are now offering, they've upped this from $50,000 to $80,000. You see it here from the FBI, this reward for whomever leads to his capture. And of course, we'll continue keeping you posted on this massive manhunt in Texas and now all across the U.S. That's the latest from our live center. Megan?
All right, Tom, thank you. We want to go back now to the news surrounding House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and his first big foreign appearance of his speakership in Israel.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar is joining us live from Capitol Hill with the issues that are weighing on him even as he's overseas. Atra, good morning.
Yeah, you can't escape Washington even when you travel across the ocean. Good morning, Megan and Patrice. Speaker McCarthy is leading a bipartisan delegation and today becoming the second ever House Speaker to address the full Knesset. It's meant to display solidarity between the U.S. and Israel on the Jewish state's 75th anniversary. Now, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries made his own trip about a week ago. Now, during a meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu just a couple hours ago, McCarthy made a jab at President Biden for not inviting Netanyahu to the White House since he returned to power 4 months ago. Today, McCarthy actually told an Israeli outlet that he may invite Netanyahu to Capitol Hill instead. Now, keep in mind the broader context here. The Biden administration does appear to be distancing itself from the prime minister during the political unrest over Netanyahu's efforts to overhaul Israel's judicial system. Now, McCarthy is also in a standoff with President Biden over addressing the debt ceiling, and time is only running out on this issue. And he's likely going to be asked about this during a press conference in Jerusalem. Meanwhile, in Washington today, speaking of foreign relations, President Biden is hosting the president of the Philippines. And according to a senior administration official, the White House sees this visit in the context of what it calls a consequential period for U.S. engagement in the Indo-Pacific, of course, as tensions with China are only escalating.
Atra, switching gears, a bipartisan group of lawmakers sounding the alarm about Iran skirting sanctions, maybe using profits to sponsor attacks on Americans and allies. What are you hearing on this?
Right. Democrats and Republicans in both the House and Senate are reintroducing legislation that's aimed to build on the Abraham Accords by requiring the Department of Defense to work with Arab partners to counter maritime threats posed by Iran, as well as threats from extremist groups and criminal networks. So this bipartisan, bicameral effort comes after, as senators are citing, Iran saw a 35% spike in oil exports last year and recent aggression, like the Iranian Navy seizing an oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman that was bound for the United States. The country claims without evidence, according to U.S. officials, that the tanker ran into an Iranian vessel. Now, one complaint the lawmakers have is that the Department of Homeland Security lacks funding for seizure operations. Remember, they want to bring the DOD into this. The bills were introduced late last week. No news yet on when they'll get votes, if they do.
All right, Atra Al-Nashar live in Washington. Thank you.
Thanks.
Baltimore County Police now investigating a homicide that took place in Cockeysville. Just ahead, why county residents say crime there is getting out of control.
And the man accused of killing a Wacomico County Sheriff's deputy last year will be in court today. How a prior incident has people questioning why the suspect was allowed back on the streets in the first place. 9:12, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. (9:15). It's so Baltimore. Thrills and excitement await you at Six Flags this summer.
You can enjoy some new rides. There's food, of course, entertainment. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is live enjoying it for us this morning. Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys, it's showtime. Joe, we got a new show here, guys.
We sure do.
Tell us all about it.
Welcome to the Grand Theater here at Six Flags America. This is Rhythmic, so our team is so excited to share the story with the world. So it's an audio take on going around the world and all the biggest hits. So, you know, stop in the Caribbean, South Africa, South Korea, and Brazil. And this is our show finale that they're so excited about. This is just one piece of our entertainment lineup this year. We're so excited to have shows back. We also have Camp Groove, perfect for all the little ones. And then we have our block party returning this weekend, which will run every day throughout the entire summer. Plus, that's just getting started. We have events galore. So Viva La Fiesta is coming in June. We're so excited to add, you know, that Latin flair with flavors and live entertainment. We have Flavors of the World coming this summer, which we're going to introduce 7 countries and regions of the world with entertainment and cuisine. We have our big 4th of July spectacular like we always do. And then down the road, we have Oktoberfest, Fright Fest, and Kids Boo Fest. Like, there is a full season of stuff coming, and we're so excited for everything.
Joe, I don't know what happened. Six Flags has got an infusion of activity. It's amazing. So
it is a huge year. There's projects going on throughout the park. We're here. It's a great time to buy a season pass. There's a ton to do this year, and we're excited to share it all year long.
And it's some other stuff coming too, guys. It's a lot.
Wow. We're just sitting here talking about getting down there. So, yeah, we're ready to see all that. Thank you, Mark. Well, if you want information on getting there, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
All right, 9:17 here as we plan our Six Flags trip here. We should bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers, too.
We got to plan it around the rain.
Yeah, exactly right. I was talking to Patrice earlier this morning because I've never been to the Six Flags here. Yeah, just up to Hershey Park and plan to go maybe there and maybe back to or back up there and then to Six Flags this year. So look forward to that. Yeah, today a little bit on the breezy to windy side, not warm per se, but it's May and we're going to get some of those warmer numbers. This weekend is looking real nice, but we got to get through at least the next couple of days. And we still have to deal with a few of those off and on rain showers. Now, our HD radar right now looking mainly dry. We're seeing a few showers being picked up in western Maryland. And yeah, that little light blue right there, we had some light reports of some snow in parts of Garrett County where we just have popped up a winter weather advisory. That continues to the south for parts of the mountains of West Virginia. And the pink area there is a winter storm warning. We're talking about some accumulating snow later tonight into early tomorrow morning, mainly above 3,000 feet. Still for the next couple of days, we could get some more of that winter precip in some of the mountain locations. The reason for all of this big old L right there, that large area of low pressure with that counterclockwise flow. And it's going to continue to sit there over the next few days and keep kind of funneling in some of that cooler air and that moisture that's going to be with us, which is why we stay unsettled. Now, let me show you your hourly future scan. This takes us through 1 o'clock this afternoon. And notice we're mainly dry. All those arrows right there, that's the wind picking up from the southwest. And notice some of those green blobs there, Frederick over to parts of Carroll and Howard County into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. We're not talking about a lot of rain, but a couple of pop-up showers, maybe a thunderstorm or two for the afternoon and even into the evening time tonight. So don't be surprised if you hear a rumble of thunder. Those showers roll out of here in the overnight hours. And then we still have to deal with a little bit more of that for tomorrow as well. Reisterstown here in the next couple of hours will be in those mid to upper 50s and taking you through midday today on our way to the lower 60s. With the wind, though, it's going to feel a little cooler than that. Even at a happy hour time, we're still talking about those lower 60s hanging around for today. Great news for the rain is that all of that air is cleared out. That pollen has come back into the low categories for trees and grass. We know they're going to sneak back up there later this week with the drier air that'll be in place because we're still right in the middle of allergy season. But highs in the upper 50s and lower 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your numbers this afternoon. Even Hartford and Cecil counties in those upper 50s and lower 60s for your numbers later today. So you can see those numbers staying in the 50s and 60s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., even down the ocean, right about 63 for Ocean City this afternoon. Here's your 7-day forecast, keeping those lower 60s around for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Again, we keep that chance of showers through the middle of the week. By Thursday, we expect to see a lot less in the way of rain, especially by this weekend with drier and warmer conditions on the way.
A violent into April with 7 people shot just this weekend. Why some are skeptical that the mayor's youth curfew plan will make a difference. Just ahead, we're going to look at the data.
Baltimore County investigators are looking for the shooter who left a man to die on the sidewalk this past weekend. We'll tell you about the crime concerns in the county and the exclusive conversation happening here at Fox 45 just ahead.
It is that time of year that we celebrate Mom, and you could win extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Here's what you have to do. Grab your phone, scan that QR code right there for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania trivia contest. Just get the question right, and you could win the $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom, in fact. Again, just scan the QR code, get the Mother's Day Mania trivia question of the day. Good luck.
9:23, the Reginald F. Lewis Museum celebrates Black futures and Black imaginings and invites you into utopia. During its annual fundraising event, the museum will honor local leaders for their contributions to business, industry, and community. Executive Director of the Lewis, Terry Lee Freeman, and Maverick Award honoree Jason Bass join us to share more about what's coming up. Good morning to the both of you.
Good morning.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll get to that. Let's start with you and
Sure.
talk about the gala. Into the Utopia.
Into Utopia.
What is that?
Well, it's into whatever it is you want to think of it to be.
Sounds like it could be a lot.
Our theme for this season is Black Futures, Black Imaginings, and we have a wonderful exhibit at the museum, Afrofuturist Manifesto, Blackness Reimagined, is at the museum. So we thought, why not take that Afrofuturist theme and apply it to the gala? And so we are going into Utopia this year.
And when is the gala and what will happen that night?
The gala is going to be on Thursday, May 11th at M&T Stadium. We had it at M&T Stadium last year and it worked out very well. And the evening will be an evening of networking and food and dancing, but some very important awards will take place there as well.
And that is where we bring in the Maverick Award honoree, Jason Bass. Okay, so tell me, exactly, how do you determine the awardees? How is it that Mr. Bass is here on our couch
Well,
with
we
us?
get nominations from board members, from staff, from individuals in the community, and then we make a decision based on those nominations. And so here we have our Maverick Award winner and a really fine example of the Maverick Award, which really honors people who are doing great work in the community.
And so what does that mean to you that they chose you for this?
Well, I'm extremely honored, and that's hard to follow up. Ms. Freeman is incredible at what she does. And I want to say thank you for choosing me as the winner for the Maverick Award. I mean, it just goes to show that a lot of the hard work that we do in the community isn't noticed. So I'm extremely grateful and appreciative, and hopefully this sets an example for others to follow, and more people will start to be ambassadors in their communities within Baltimore.
And Jason, tell people what is the work that you do in the community?
So for the last 3 years at Revival, we've really taken on the philosophy of impact hospitality, and that's something that happens internally and externally. You can't have a healthy business in an unhealthy community. So we reached out and figured out ways to support them by listening to the community themselves and asking them what they need. We've done everything from adopted an elementary, middle school in East Baltimore and helped to revitalize one of the key areas of their building. We participated heavily within a Squeegee Collaborative along with the mayor's office and other community members. And we've also handed out food, other resources when needed, especially around the time of the pandemic.
Sounds like the award is well deserved.
Thank you.
We thank you for what you're doing in the community. Before we go, can people still attend? How do they get information?
Sure.
How do they get tickets?
They can go to our website, lewismuseum.org, and they can buy tickets online. And I just would like to remind people that, you know, this is in the name of Reginald F. Lewis, and that's why we have the Maverick Award, the Trailblazer Award, and the Titan Award, because he was all three.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate you both.
Thanks for having us.
Well, we will have a few afternoon showers today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking down what we can expect for the rest of this work week as we head into May.
Trial begins today for the man accused of killing a Wicomico County Sheriff's deputy. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're looking into why he was out on probation the night of the murder. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We are starting this Monday off on a great note. We got an O's win and a series win at that. This is their 6th straight series win. Just to recap last night, the O's finished their 4-game series against the Tigers in Detroit with a final score 5-3. They had a homer at the top of the 9th there. Today they're off. Tomorrow they get back to business as they travel to Kansas City to play the Royals. Here we go.
You heard Justin over there whistling. I'm jealous. I don't know how to do that whistle.
I know. He sounds like the Oriole bird.
It does sound like the Oriole bird, right?
Can you teach that?
I don't know. I can't teach. I mean, just. That's perfect.
Fake one.
All the birds outside are going, what's going on around here? Even Teddy over there.
The O's are winning. That's what's happening.
That is exactly what's happening. Yeah, I think it's like 32 straight batters that he's retired, and he came in and got the save last night. The pitching, the hitting, all of it is coming together, and we love it. So we love, and the Royals, they only have 7 wins. Now, we don't want to look past them because, it's still, anybody can win, but on any given day. Either way, they're back in town a week from today, guys, so you'll have a 10-game homestand to enjoy the O's next week. 36 in Oakland right now. Woo! No, none of that. 48 in Cumberland and Hagerstown, 52 in Westminster, 54 in Bel Air, and we're made it up to 56 in Baltimore City. So as you head out the door, grab a light jacket this morning. Sunglasses, even though those clouds are kind of hanging around, and we do need at least to have the umbrella just in case some of those showers you may encounter. But out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, mid to upper 50s on your jogging cast. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll take a look at some improving numbers. It's going to take a few days to get there, but I think you're going to like what we have in store for you for Cinco de Mayo weekend. Patrice?
I'm going to learn how to whistle by then. Looking at our Lynn Solar Traffic Network, 4 days. There's been an accident reported in Layhill on the Intercounty Connector westbound. That's at 182 at exit 10. You can see some emergency vehicles pulled over on the left shoulder. Traffic is getting by there on the right, but you might want to avoid it until that area is completely clear. Happening today, the trial begins for the man accused of killing a Wacomico County Sheriff's deputy in June of last year.
A year before, when Austin Davidson was 17, he was charged with robbing a Baltimore City McDonald's with a gun. We have Olivia Dance joining us live now with more details and why he was given probation and allowed back on the streets. Olivia.
Megan, that's right. Trial will begin today for Davidson, who's accused of killing the sheriff's deputy. But many are frustrated and want to know why he was even out on the streets the night of the murder. So Fox 45 News spoke with a criminal defense attorney about those concerns.
What is incredibly unclear about this case is why the state went from asking for 18 months of incarceration to not asking for any incarceration at all. Those two things are complete polar opposites. It could have been because of the pandemic, but in light of this individual's criminal activities after the fact, there doesn't seem to be any good explanation.
That was Jeremy Eldridge, who is in no way related to this case. Now, before being accused of killing the Wicomico County Sheriff's deputy back in 2022, a year before that, Austin Davidson pled guilty to robbing a McDonald's in Baltimore City. He spent more than a year in pretrial detention, but court records show the state asked he be held without bond and charged as an adult. At the time, Marilyn Mosby was the city-state's attorney, and her office said, quote, the prosecutor secured a conviction and made a sentence recommendation of jail time. The court imposed a sentence of probation before judgment, end quote. But that's not the whole story. While a sentence of 10 years, all but 18 months suspended was recommended, the prosecutor said in court that Davidson should be sentenced to time and given 3 years probation.
We had a prosecutor who deferred to the court. Instead of advocating for the victim in this case, the prosecutor deferred to the court. That's despicable. That's disgusting.
And then over a year later, Davidson was back out on the streets and is accused of allegedly running from the police and then shooting and killing the sheriff's deputy. Again, he will face those charges in trial today. And of course, you can get the latest updates on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, now to gun violence hitting Baltimore City streets. More than 70 people have been shot in Baltimore and survived this April. According to Fox 45 News data, that is the most non-fatal shootings in a month since last summer. At least 193 people have been shot and survived in Baltimore this year, which is less than last year. The difference is we're now seeing a spike in juvenile crime. 32 of the 193 victims are between 9 and 17 years old. The mayor says the city will start to enforce its youth curfew Memorial Day weekend, but one law enforcement expert is skeptical that will make a difference.
If it's a Band-Aid that the mayor feels like he needs in the short term to get through summer, fine, let's give it a try, but I don't expect it to have much of an impact at all. In fact, it could have a negative impact. The first BPD officer that has to use force to enforce the curfew, which could happen and likely will happen, and there's the viral video goes out of something that doesn't look good, and police using force never looks good, then everything is going to change. And it's foreseeable.
Another concern when it comes to enforcing the curfew is the officer shortage. Right now, the Baltimore Police Department is down about 500 officers. This morning, police are investigating a murder in Cockeysville.
It is the second homicide in a week in Baltimore County. We have Taylor Stewart live with the growing crime concerns in Baltimore County. Taylor.
Well, that's right, guys. Right now, investigators in Baltimore County are looking for the gunman who left a Cockeysville man essentially on the sidewalk to die this past Sunday. Police say they found 28-year-old Samuel Earl Bodkin lying at the cross street of Cranbrook and Lord Street. No more than a week after police found the body of 17-year-old Elias Klasek at home along Rossville Road. Both of those homicides remain unsolved, as well as the shooting death of 16-year-old Trayshawn Harmon, who was killed back in February near the Towson Town Center.
It's just crazy the amount of gun violence that is happening. To broader, I mean, whether it's to here, to Perry Hall, you never know when it's going to stop.
Baltimore County's new police chief, Robert McCullough, spoke with Fox 45 Morning last week. He stopped short of saying that crime in the county's on the rise, but detectives are now working their 8th homicide so far this year. So he's going to sit down with us again. He's going to speak exclusively to our Vincent Hill and really drill into crime numbers in Baltimore County and talk about his plans ahead as his tenure begins. We're live right now in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, good day, Baltimore.
Coming up, the 2023 NFL Draft is in the books. Just ahead, we're going to take a look at the Maryland-friendly faces who are officially going pro.
And the work week starting off windy with the chance of a few afternoon showers. Just ahead, what you can expect for the first week of May. 9:38 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. A major shakeup in Washington, D.C. restaurant starts today, and it could influence our state soon.
Tom Rogers is in our live center now with more on Initiative 82. Tom.
Yeah, it's actually something that we've been posting on. It's when you think about it, it really doesn't seem like much, but Initiative 82 could change the way that we tip or not from now on. Washington, D.C. Council unanimously passing the measure to raise the employee's base salary from $5.35 an hour to $6 for employees who work on a tip schedule, then another $2 by 2027. And politicians and unions pushed it to voters as leveling the playing field for wages. We're not talking about the random tip jars that you see just about everywhere nowadays. Now, this is for wait staff and is to eliminate the tip credit and bring all employees to a base salary. Restaurant owners say they are forced to pass along the extra cost to their menu prices and ultimately will drive their guests to either tip less or not eat out as much, ultimately hurting service and cutting down on staff. Business owners point to surveys. CEO of Corcom and Carnegie Mellon adjunct professor Lloyd Corder conducted a survey. Quote, "Our survey results show that tipped wage elimination will likely result in higher menu prices, a reduction in staff hours, and reduced employee headcounts. Policymakers concerned about the unintended consequences of this policy should pay careful attention to these results." Now, owners and operators say they will not open in D.C. because they will invest in either Maryland or Virginia. But Corder says Maryland tends to follow along with D.C. laws, so he doesn't see much of a change there. Another change also, one thing I want to tell you right now, you can see the initiative from 82, but I want to bring you right now, this is going on right now. If you can take the smartboard, this is also one thing we've been following. This is in Paris. And again, remember when the president of Paris's president, Emmanuel Macron, actually raised the retirement age from 62 to 64 months ago. There's been protests ongoing. This is the fourth day now in Paris where there's protesters going through. You'll see hundreds of police officers dressed in riot gear, and then you see the tear gas going. This has been going on for hours now, all morning long. They show us the live feed, then they take it down, but hundreds of officers in riot gear will then thrust down the street, pushing protesters, and what they're saying are some people that look like they're looting or being violent, and then they go back up the street again. So it's just back and forth this battle with a lot of media covering this, but this is still ongoing because they raised the retirement age in France from 62 to 64. We'll continue following this story from the Live Center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Exercise can increase your overall health and help reduce stress. After the break, the 5 movements you need to know to provide stress relief.
The Ravens made 6 selections in the 2023 NFL Draft. Still ahead this morning, how you are reacting to their picks. 9:44, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Your health matters. And as we begin a brand new month, we are helping you feel better, both physically and mentally, too. Super important. National lead trainer from Planet Fitness, the one and only Teddy Savage, joining us live here this morning with 5 simple moves we can do to relieve stress. This is Mental Health Awareness Month, too.
Absolutely. And Megan, it's so important to understand that it doesn't always have to be super intense to be super effective, right? And a lot of these things you want to do upstream in a preventative way before you start to feel stress. So the first thing that we want to do is some neck circles, right? Well, you got to stand up nice and tall, chest nice and pronounced, shoulders back, hands on your hips, and then I want you to draw your chin down towards your chest, and then your ear towards the same shoulder on the same side.
Is it okay to roll your neck back? I always hear that you don't want to go back. Is it okay to do the whole circle?
Absolutely, because your neck moves in 360-degree rotations in terms of going left and right, and sometimes you got to look behind you. So it's important to stress or strengthen those muscles in the neck right now.
Feels good. It's relaxing. I can
Yes.
see how that would relieve stress, just taking a moment. All right, so there's one move.
And the next thing we want to do is a couple of shoulder shrugs. So we want to bring those shoulders up towards your earlobes and then roll them into your back pocket.
Oh, I like that
Let
one.
me tell you, doing this increases oxygen flow to your brain by 30%.
So we're getting smarter.
That's right. We're
like this,
improving
Teddy.
cognitive brain function.
Easy.
And the best part is you can do it anywhere.
And this is, if you're feeling stressed, you can do it, but just as an everyday stretching. All right, number 3.
The next one is going to be trunk rotations. We talked about it before we went on air. The lower back gets tight, right?
As
the lower
we get
back.
seasoned, you
That's
told
right.
me. I'm not getting old, I'm getting seasoned.
My mom told me never to use the word old.
I like that.
So let's
All right.
rotate our body, making sure that we pivot on the opposite foot. As you can see, our heel leaves the
What
ground.
does that do, Teddy, doing the foot, too?
What it does is it allows your body to twist without the strain on the lower back, right? We stay functional in our movements. That makes it more efficient and releases any type of impingement in your thoracic spine.
And you said this is going to strengthen, too. You're stretching, but this is going to help you strengthen. So if you're doing yard work, maybe we're not going to hurt as much as we get
And you
up.
bring up yard work, right? Because I got to weed this weekend. It's so good because it strengthens the lower lumbar muscles and it engages your obliques.
All right,
the next one is going to be hamstring sweeps, okay? So we're going to close our stance up a little bit more. We'll reach up above our head and then sweep down towards your heels, stretching out the posterior chain. That's going to be all of the muscles that run alongside the back of your body. That's right. Look at I tell you what, Megan is so in the know, right? You're going to receive all of the positive energy, sweep down as you exhale. Inhale through your nose. And again, this is posterior chain muscles, which is going to be your calves, hamstrings, glutes, and lower back.
I feel it. My shoulders feel good with that,
Oh,
too.
yes, because you are getting that good rotation through the shoulder. That's right.
All right.
And lastly,
my
you
favorite.
don't always have to actually exercise your muscles. You can use your diaphragm for breathing techniques, right? So what we'll do is a box breathing technique. We'll breathe in for 4 counts. In through your nose. Hold it for 4 counts. Exhale slowly through pursed lips. And then hold it for another 4 counts.
Why does that immediately make you feel better?
Yes, because what it is doing is, one, it's allowing your BPMs or your beats per minute to come down. It's relieving anxiety. It's increasing blood flow to oxygen to your extremities and your brain, which is releasing endorphins that make you feel better.
I do feel better. I feel more relaxed. Justin, these are easy things we can do. Teddy,
Yes.
as always, thank you.
Thank you.
Important as we head into a brand new month. We start fresh. Feel that? Namaste.
I like that. Hey, Teddy, the other day I did a plank for 1 minute and 1 second.
That's what I'm talking about.
Overachiever.
Hey,
That's
celebrate
second over.
that.
That's
Yes.
huge.
It's a little something, man.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's the little things I
That's
try.
awesome.
I love all that, man. Always love to see Teddy here. Great way to start the brand new month, looking out over M&T Bank Stadium. We know we're going to be talking about OTAs and talking about training camp and talking about football. Of course, the draft over the weekend with your Ravens getting some new players, new faces in town. 56 your temperature right now. We're on our way to the lower 60s here this afternoon. We are tracking still the potential for a few showers. It will be breezy and even windy at times later today. So even though it will be in the lower 60s, below average, going to feel cooler than that. Still having to deal with some winter weather. Those purple areas there in Garrett County and parts of West Virginia, winter weather advisories, even winter storm warnings posted. You can see a few of those showers from Pittsburgh and areas over toward Morgantown as well. We did pick up a few light snow showers earlier, but you can see this large area of a low pressure. That's an upper level low, and that's going to continue to bring us the unsettled weather. Now, for the most part, we're dry today. This takes us through 1 o'clock on your hourly future scan. Notice the arrows. That's that southwesterly wind, so it's going to be with us. A couple of showers popping up 2, 3, 4 o'clock hours. Some of our models want to bring a thunderstorm or two into the mix as well. And we'll keep the chance for a few showers in that 5 and 6 o'clock hour this evening. Not completely done with the rain. In the next couple of days, we're going to at least have that chance for a few showers as well. Upper 50s and lower 60s across central Maryland for your high temperatures. Most of us keeping those 50s and 60s around up and down the mid-Atlantic and the 95 corridor, even down the ocean at 63 for this afternoon. So we'll keep those 60s today through about Wednesday. Overnight lows into the 40s. Thursday, a little bit warmer, a little less than that chance for rain. And Friday and Saturday looking great as we approach the weekend. We're talking 70s and dry conditions for the first weekend of May.
All right, here we go. Putting my IFB in, talking to Teddy Savage, getting some more. We were talking about Creed 3, actually. He saw that over the weekend, so did I. All right, one of the most anticipated times for a football player to break into the league has now come to an end.
So let's take a look at the Maryland-friendly faces who are officially going pro thanks to the 2023 NFL Draft. Now, when it comes to the Maryland Terps,
The draft as a whole, the Ravens made 6 selections, so we want to know, how do you think the Ravens did? In fact, let's check on just 2 of these right here. First one, Mary saying Ravens playing chess and drafting at least 2 years down the road. Offense, no need to draft QB for at least 5 years. Wide receiver secure for the next 2 years at least. Tight end locked and loaded for at least 3 years. Outside lineman overall solid for at least 2 years. Running back needs attention post 23, but speaking about running backs, Keaton was just a baby the last time we were with the Ravens. To make your own memories, son. There you go. Time to make them happening. Candace Mitchell, the mother of the one that was undrafted, then got signed by the Ravens.
That's a pretty exciting weekend. All right, well, you can expect some breezy conditions with a few afternoon showers today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting us know when we're going to be completely dry as we look over M&T Bank. That's all coming up in his 10-day forecast.